Dr. Wheatley will need to answer some questions. The matter concerning Dr. Wheatley is very interesting. And Dr. Wheatley's lawyer, Mr. Abe Dabdu, was on Nationwide earlier. Before I go to Dr. Wheatley, Jamaica stands at a crossroad. We stand at a crossroad because the things that are important do not get the type of attention that they should. We're a country largely concentrated on hype. The parliament today, something happened in the parliament that is very concerning. Miss Nikisha Burchell was using her phone in the parliament to record the proceedings against the standing orders. Good evening, Caroline.
Good evening, neighbor. How are you?
Very distressed.
I can imagine.
Very distressed. You know, Caroline, I don't know what to do because I don't know. I'm disheartened. I'm discouraged. Somebody need to lift my spirit up tonight. I need a drink of rum. You think that would have helped me? Hello. Hello.
Are you?
You're breaking up there, Caroline. What's happening?
Neighbor?
Yes.
No, I think you froze for a minute. I was asking what's going on.
What is going on is that the lawmaking chamber is a joke. It is an absolute joke. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, Caroline, that Parliament is in session and a member of Parliament is live streaming on her phone the proceedings from the Parliament?
And neighbor, she knows that it is wrong, you know.
Why
neighbor,
was she
and
not
she's-
put out of the house? Why is Miss Holness? Why did Miss Holness not name this lady and suspect? No. Why did Miss Holness not name her? Can somebody tell me that? Why was
Neighbor, I was wondering the same thing.
Why did Dickens, Speaker Holness? No.
Everyone repost the live, please.
If this is what is going down in Jamaica for, something, could I take tonight off? Let me gather my thoughts. Could I, please?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't think we should have any program today. Listeners, we get back to you tomorrow. You see, I can't bother with this. This is a foolishness. I can't do this. I cannot do it. Can't do it. I want to remember Harry could take over for me tonight and just give me um a, um a, a little break. No, I need a break. Coming back home. Jesus Christ, this is amazing. Then you have the Prime Minister. Did you hear how Dr. Dayton was talking to the Prime Minister in the Parliament? Dr. Campbell. Boy. Anyway, listen to Parliament. I wonder if I can show it to my listeners. They'll probably will listen to the Parliament.
Sunlight, again, no one, including members in the gallery, are allowed to videotape or take pictures in the sitting. So the person in the gallery doing exactly what Member Burchell was doing, you're asked to stop.
All right.
You turned on your mic. However, I had closed with the minister to respond.
Can be protected. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. The Speaker has given the floor. Individuals are not detainees, Madam. Madam Speaker, may I indicate she the chairman of the chairman of the order.
Members, kindly take your seat and allow the minister to answer the questions asked of him. You don't need to get up on any point of order. You have no need to get up on any point of order. So you are directed to answer the questions asked so far.
The immigration, right? The street, the punishment of the street. They heard it. No, not correct. The people, Madam Speaker.
I'm being denied an
Madam
opportunity to
Speaker.
ask questions on behalf of the people of Jamaica
Madam Speaker.
about this
Yeah. No, but you're all standing. Anyways, Madam Speaker, may I proceed?
Could you turn off the mics, everybody?
All right. So the
No, I didn't.
the at this point all the members of the opposition are standing. Shafrina, I wonder if you could bring up Parliament for me on YouTube. Let me show what is happening here. So all of the members are standing up. Protest, they want to protest, because they all want to ask question of Minister Chan. All of them want to ask questions.
Member Michael, is that your mic or somebody beside you? Turn it off, please.
Madam Speaker.
of the members are standing up there now. What a protest in the parliament.
I did not hear. The lead had taken instruction on the speaker.
Yes?
The point about it. Point about it.
I don't know what he has to say. Let me at least hear him.
Your mic off.
Member, continue.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker,
Member,
this is a
he
matter
has
of
indicated that his statement is
grave
not
national
controversial.
importance.
I'm hearing a feedback from you too.
And I know that you would like for the people of Jamaica to get the answers that they deserve.
Thank you very much,
What is the
colleagues.
Absolutely
that you're
nothing
speaking
in the
to?
standing orders which would prevent our members from asking the relevant questions on this matter. In addition, I would like to know that perhaps you're planning to take the questions in batches. Perhaps it is that
Madam
you're going to
Speaker,
allow the minister to
Take
believe
off
answer
the
the
volume
questions
from
already
your
asked,
YouTube,
Oh, you
Shafri.
and then you
have
plan to
had-
reopen questions for additional answers. Is that the case, Madam Speaker? Then if so, we'll await his response and then allow for others to ask questions.
It is a wonder that wasn't contemplated by the members who rudely stood up
Yeah.
and decided to protest. House Leader, House Leader, House Leader.
Yeah. No, so no. So members, but that's she answer. There is no need to pull any answer. The speaker asked for the persons who wanted to ask questions and persons. Allow me, no need. Sorry. Speaker, again, what would have happened is that you would have asked for persons who wanted to ask questions. They would have indicated, you would have given the persons who were going to ask, and then you would have called upon yes. So
That's the Prime Minister shouting there that Dr. Campbell is a bully. He's not afraid of bully.
yeah, so madam,
That's the Prime Minister. Boy, I tell you. Anyway.
Madam Speaker. Yeah.
Please
So,
allow the
Madam
House
Speaker-
Leader to speak. Please allow the House Leader to speak. And Member Nikisha Burchell. Marshall, once again, Member Burchell.
Look at Miss Burchell, how she cut her eye off for the speaker. Just look out for it. Look out for it.
In contravention to the standing orders, is using an electronic device and taping in the house. So, Member Burchell, the moment you
See that?
what?
Well, you know what? And let's put this down and not bother with any more of it. The fact of the matter is that it's very disheartening to watch the parliament. Very, very disheartening to watch. What I saw Miss Burchell there video in the parliament, and you know, I don't know why the speaker did not name her and put her out of the house. And anyway,
Is it possible you could show us what is currently happening in Parliament, please?
What is currently happening? Is Parliament still going on?
Yes, neighbor, please.
To take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Okay. So I think Parliament is on a little bit of a break there. Let me see if that's Parliament. That's Parliament live. I don't know what is happening there now. But I'll monitor that and see if anything comes up. What is being discussed?
I'm not sure. I just got a message to find out if we're watching it, so I presume something is happening there.
Well, I don't see anything happening there, so we can probably I don't know. You could monitor it for me, Shefreen, to see if there's anything coming out of the Parliament. I think the Prime Minister is consulting with well, what you have done. So, I tell you, yeah, I don't. They were discussing the MOU. Oh, that's the MOU from the Ministry of National Security. All right, I tell you what we're going to do. Let's go to the press conference today from the National Security Minister and see what is happening with him before we come back to the matter concerning Dr. Wheatley. All right. So the House has been suspended. Well, was suspended over clash in the deportee bill. It appears as if the House has reconvened. Let's see if we can go to the Minister of National Security. Believe me, we are actually producing as we go along because we have had to make some changes to what is happening. But here is the Minister of National Security today, courtesy of Nationwide.
Dr. Chang says the MOU was signed last week, Wednesday, June 10, after extensive negotiations. The starting date to begin receiving TCNs has not yet been established. Neither does the MOU say when the arrangement will end. Dr. Chang told a post-cabinet media briefing earlier on Wednesday the TCN arrangement was a request from the US and was not suggested by Jamaica. According to Dr. Chang, no deportees will be accepted under the arrangement.
Jamaica is not receiving any deportees from the United States, except Jamaicans. I repeat that. We have no agreement.
Can we see that, please?
See what?
You, based on discussion that we have had,
Dr.
not
Chang?
be allowed to go into any details that
I don't understand.
the standing order number 18, which raises issues that are controversial, particularly affecting.
Moderator, I'm not hearing. Say that again.
I'm saying Dr. Wheatley is currently speaking. Can you show that, please?
Oh, Dr. Wheatley speaking, okay. Is he addressing that matter or not?
All this trouble.
I would tell you that, sorry.
In
In addition to which your time is up, so close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
House
House
leader.
leader,
All right, so we can bounce.
So we have no further business, so I would not ask to extend the time. I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be set.
Question is that this honorable House do now adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned.
All right, Sheffrin, can you take off the audio and let's see if we can go and hear what Dr. Wheatley had to say in the parliament. I think Dr. Wheatley is going to make a statement. The House has now been adjourned.
Member, you, based on discussion that we have had, would not be allowed to go into any details that contravenes the standing order number 18, which raises issues that are controversial, particularly affecting anyone or entity outside of yourself. And so you, with agreement, have been given limited latitude to make a very short 1 minute statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me just use this opportunity to indicate to colleagues here that I have every intention of protecting my reputation. It is a matter that somewhere or other can affect all of us as members in this House. And so my team of lawyers will bring to the fore, to the public, that I am innocent, that the conclusions are inaccurate, and that we have a responsibility to encourage anyone from any humble beginning or otherwise who wish to serve his or her country, not to be afraid because of persons who want to defame them or destroy their reputation. I will take that back, sorry.
In addition to which, your time is up, so close.
All right. Unnecessary from Dr. Wheatley here, right? I don't see why Dr. Wheatley is making any statement at this time. Dr. Wheatley has given the matter over to his lawyers, and I think then that should be the end of that matter. Now, let us be careful and guarded here, but there are many things to say as far as this matter is concerned. Let us listen to Dr. Wheatley's lawyer, Mr. Abe Dabdoo. He was speaking on Nationwide on Wednesday. Listen to Mr. Dabdoo.
The instructions are very clear. We have to defend his position. We have to put together a team of attorneys to deal with the issue. We're going to have a meeting, of course, of the attorneys, because all this has come as a surprise, quite frankly to me, because I've been involved with assisting him and the Integrity Commission all along. And I am surprised. In fact, I'm shocked that they could have arrived at the position they arrived at, because they failed to take into account $168 million of rental income, which was lawfully earned over the 9 years.
That is Abe Dabdoo. He is the attorney representing Member of Parliament for South Central St. Catherine, Dr. Andrew Wheatley. Abe Dabdoo has expressed shock that the Integrity Commission has recommended that Dr. Wheatley be charged. Charged? Remember the civic lessons we had the other night? Charge is not judgment. When someone is being recommended to be charged, it don't mean they're guilty. Bear that in mind. Charge mean you must go before the court and prove your guilt or innocent. Dr. Wheatley is to be charged for illicit enrichment. The Integrity Commission's report was tabled in the House of Representatives on Wednesday. The illicit enrichment charge is one of 4 laid against Dr. Wheatley. The ruling follows an investigation into Dr. Wheatley's earnings, acquisition of asset, and sale of asset over the period December 31, 2013 to December 31, 2022. But Dr. Wheatley has rejected the findings as patently false, inaccurate, and grossly misleading. Mr. Dabdoo dismissed the IC charges against his client.
I don't know what they are talking about because none of the statutory declarations had any false statement in there.
You hear that? Dabdoo dismissed the IC charges against his client. Now, do not confuse that word charges with charge. The charges from the IC are not the same as the charge to be laid against Dr. Wheatley. Meanwhile, Mr. Dabdoo says he will be writing to the Director of Public Prosecutions seeking her guidance in getting a fair hearing for Dr. Wheatley.
I am of the view that there's a section in the Integrity Commission Act that makes it clear that they are subject to the DPP and the Constitution. Under Section 94 of the Constitution, the DPP the right to step in any prosecution and stop it or give her direction. I'm not going to ask her to intervene. I'm going to put to her the facts that we have and show that it has not been given a fair hearing, and therefore ask her to indicate to the Director of Corruption Prosecution that prior to her charging, she should ensure that we get a fair hearing.
There you have it. Mr. Abe Dabdoo representing Dr. Wheatley. Now, the Integrity Commission decision regarding Dr. Wheatley presents a significant political challenge. Not only because of the substance of the allegations, but because of the spin, the political narrative that is going to emerge. The opposition, no doubt, will be sharpening their knives, because the opposition will undoubtedly seek to use this matter to question the government's credibility on integrity and accountability. This is the nature of the political competition we are in. I want you to understand, my listeners, that the government of Jamaica is not involved in this case. This has nothing to do with the government of Jamaica. The Integrity Commission's report on Dr. Wheatley is at an important phase where allegations meet evidence. Jamaica is a place where lies fly faster than facts. This is not a political issue, you know. It is actually a test of several fundamental principles of democracy. One, how do we hold public officials accountable? Two, how do we protect the integrity of institutions? Three, how do we ensure that accusations do not become convictions before trial? Four, how do we balance the public's right to know with an individual right to a fair hearing? Those questions matter because democracy is not only measured by how aggressively it pursues wrongdoing, it also measured by how fairly it treats those that are accused of wrongdoing. The integrity position is serious. The Integrity Commission investigated Dr. Wheatley assets over a 9-year period, and they concluded that there was a significant gap between his lawful earnings and the assets he accumulated. The Commission's concern is essentially this: can the level of wealth acquired during that period be adequately explained by verified lawful income? That's what the Integrity Commission essentially is asking. That is the issue. The Commission is not simply saying that Dr. Wheatley is wealthy. Wealth by itself is not evidence of wrongdoing. Wealth is not evidence of wrongdoing. The issue is whether the source of that wealth has been sufficiently demonstrated. That is why illicit enrichment laws exist, because public officials are expected to explain unexplained increases in wealth. I am putting forward to you the position of the Integrity Commission, not anything else. I want you to understand the case, because this is where the second principle becomes important. Because a finding by an investigator is not the same as finding of guilt. That's what those people who are interested in truth need to understand. That Dr. Wheatley is not guilty of anything at this point. I want to repeat that. Dr. Andrew Wheatley is not guilty of any wrongdoing at this point. None at all. This country, Jamaica, is not a fair place, you know. It's not a fair country. Jamaica is not a fair country.
Asking everyone to repost the live, tap the screen, keep the comment section
And
active, please.
sometimes I am very disappointed in my fellow Jamaicans, as they probably are disappointed in me. And I've been on this program for a little over a year. And my God, I can tell you, Jamaicans will condemn you on an allegation. Jamaicans write you off. Dr. Wheatley, at this point, has done nothing wrong. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. There is not even 1% of evidence that Dr. Wheatley will be found guilty. None. But at Jamaica this. And that's the real problem for the government. The real problem for the government is not Dr. Wheatley, you know. It is how Jamaica and civil society will spin it. And that's where civic literacy comes in. So I've read this through. I've analyzed it. I've looked at it. And Dr. Wheatley must be given a chance to defend himself. Before we judge Dr. Wheatley, let us hear the case. But I waste my time. I'm wasting my time. Because the knives are out. But can I tell you this? The knives are not out for Dr. Wheatley. The knives are out for the Andrew Holness-led administration. And anything to bring down the government will be exploited. This is all about 2030. This is all about 2030. And I am not going to accuse the Integrity Commission of anything. I will not take that position. But I will tell you this. Dr. Wheatley's response is built around one central argument. That the Commission's analysis is incomplete because it did not properly account for legitimate sources of income and lawful business transactions. Dr. Wheatley is saying that rental income was not properly considered, loan payments connected to his real estate business were not properly considered, commercial arrangements involving property transfers were misunderstood, and he provided documentation but believes it was not adequately considered. Dr. Wheatley's argument is that he cannot explain his wealth. That's not Dr. Wheatley's argument. Dr. Wheatley is not saying that he cannot explain his wealth. Dr. Wheatley's argument is that he has an explanation, but that the explanation was rejected by the Integrity Commission. In other words, when he was asked to explain his wealth, the IC rejected it. Why? Why would the Integrity Commission not consider Dr. Wheatley's explanation? Because if you are investigating me, and I tell you, and I explain to you, this is how I come about it, Why would you not accept it? The Integrity Commission is suggesting that he lied. Well, the Integrity Commission will have to prove that in court. What lie did Dr. Wheatley tell? That is an important distinction, you know. Because the difference between illicit enrichment and legitimate accumulation is not simply the amount of money involved. The difference is whether there is a credible, verifiable trail showing how the wealth was obtained. If you can prove your wealth, it cannot be illicit. Now, all of these bloggers will not take the time to explain this to you. I am doing it because that's how we run this. The biggest question, you see, is that in Jamaica, allegations are becoming convictions. And this is where the issue goes beyond Dr. Wheatley. So all of these people who are rejoicing tonight, same knife will stick sheep, stick both. Be very careful. My understanding is that there are calls for Dr. Wheatley to be removed from the cabinet. My understanding is that there is disquiet within the party because Dr. Wheatley was out of the cabinet for some time and he's now back. How will the Prime Minister respond? Stay tuned. The issue goes beyond Dr. Wheatley. You see, a democracy must avoid two extremes, and they are dangerous extremes. The first is we must avoid this idea that public officials should never be questioned. That is unacceptable. Anyone that holds public office must expect scrutiny. And the public has a legitimate interest in knowing whether elected officials can account for their wealth and conduct. That is the first extreme. The second is that once accused, a person is already guilty. In this country, Jamaica, once you are accused, you are already guilty. That is a dangerous thing. It is a dangerous thing. Because if allegations become convictions before the evidence is tested, then we have abandoned the rule of law. And this no longer is a democracy. If allegations become convictions before evidence is tested, we have abandoned the rule of law. The principle of fairness requires that both things can be true. One, that public officials must answer serious questions, and that a public official must also have the right to defend himself. Dr. Wheatley has that right. And he has chosen to exercise that right. That's democracy working. Now, the opposition will naturally use this matter politically. That's expected. Opposition parties, especially this one, attempts to turn controversies involving the government into broader questions about leadership and trust. But there's a danger in politics. There's a danger. When every allegation becomes a weapon and every investigation becomes treated as proof, a democracy cannot function if investigations are dismissed because they are politically inconvenient. A democracy cannot function if allegations are accepted as truth because they are politically useful. Institutions must stand above politics, and that is the main story here. Because many are asking the question, is politics involved here? In other words, can the institution be trusted? You see, it's not that Dr. Wheatley must escape scrutiny. It is that scrutiny must follow rules. If the evidence shows unlawful enrichment, then consequences will follow. If the evidence shows that his wealth came from legitimate business activity and lawful earnings, that conclusion must be respected. And that is what Dr. Wheatley said. Not because a man have money means that the man is corrupt. That's nonsense. Justice requires both possibilities. A society cannot demand accountability while abandoning fairness. The Wheatley matter is now in the arena where it belongs, the arena of evidence, the arena of law and due process. The Integrity Commission has raised questions that deserve answers. Dr. Wheatley has responded, saying those questions are based on incomplete information and that he can account for every dollar and every asset he has. Those competing claims are to be tested. The public deserves transparency. The country deserves accountability. But Jamaica also deserves a justice system where allegations are investigated, charges are tested, and guilt is determined by evidence, not by rumors, not by propaganda, not by politics, not public perception. The strength of a democracy is not measured by whether allegations never arise. That's not what it is measured by. The strength of a democracy is measured by whether the truth can emerge through a process that is fair. The Integrity Commission's report has created one of those defining moments in Jamaica's political life, where we have to confront two important principles at the same time. The first one is accountability, the second one is fairness. And the challenge is that sometimes people behave as if we must choose one over the other. We do not. A society that believes in accountability must ask questions of public officials. When someone elected by those people holds public office and there is a question about their wealth, asset and financial declarations, those questions must be answered. That is not persecution. That is democracy. But equally, a society that believes in justice must understand that an allegation is not a conviction. A report is not a verdict. A charge is not proof of guilt. A person accused of wrongdoing must have the opportunity to answer, to challenge, to explain, and to defend themselves. That is not special treatment. That is a basic principle of justice. I want to take you to the press conference today that saw the Minister of National Security, Dr. Chang, providing the nation with some answers regarding what the Gleaner described as the Porty deal. Now it turned out that there was no Porty deal. But alas, you know how things go in Jamaica. Whether it is so or not, the narrative on the spin has gone out, and the minister today provided clarity on that. Here is the Minister of National Security.
Besides the minister,
let's back that up a little.
The Americans are primary trading understanding in the MOUs to receive convicts from the United States. And this, of course, and the Jamaicans are deported, which we have agreements, because America is our primary ally and primary partner in trade and in security. And we do have deportees from Jamaica to the United States from time to time, or we have occasionally from the United States convicts. But we have no agreement, no understanding, and there are no discussions to accept convicts from the United States. In fact, anyone coming from the United States is reviewed by the NIB before I indicate that they can land in the country. There is no discussion, review, or understand to accept 10,000 illegal immigrants from the United States. Again, the only illegal immigrants we take from the United States are the Jamaicans who are there. And those conditions are negotiated by professionals from the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have signed, after extensive negotiation by the relevant professionals, again, mainly from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of National Security, Office of the Prime Minister, and of course, the lawyers from the Attorney General's office. An agreement to transition to Jamaica some third country nationals from the United States. The number is 25. It's an understanding, and at no time will the number exceed 25, because we have the right to refuse anyone at any time. And both parties can terminate the entire agreement without any long-term notice. The process is basically operational. Procedure is still being worked out and then being negotiated by the professionals, and it will be some time before we see anyone landing here. But when they do, they will come on the basis of an understanding that the government of the United States will pay the initial stay in Jamaica. They'll be accommodated by the International Organization for Migrants, United Nations body, which we are working, and of course the Ministry of National Security will deal with the technical legal side. There'll be nobody detained, nobody with detention, as part of an international understanding, not a bilateral agreement. The activity to transition into Jamaica is a bilateral agreement negotiated between the governments who are allies in many areas, and in economy, security, and otherwise. Those are the facts as they are. We are among the about number 7 to agree in the Caribbean Latin American region, because our technical team sat down, negotiate all aspects of the issue. We are a small country. The staff to deal with the immigration section, that aspect, are limited, and therefore they have to go to the logistics of it. As I said, we already received just under 100 legal immigrants. They are Jamaicans, but they still have to go through a process. We already agreements were made between the United States government, Panama, Costa Rica, Belize, Antigua, St. Kitts, and Barbados. And they're discussing with other teams, which they expect to conclude in due course. We have concluded ours, but we don't expect any visitors until, I said, we set off on the operational details, which are not yet settled. And that's a matter that professionals will negotiate and settle that we can handle them. Any questions? Those are the facts.
All right. So the Minister of National Security there setting out the facts on the matter of Jamaica accepting some people from the United States who are being deported, and Jamaica would be like a transition point as they move them over to the other countries. Questions for Dr. Chan? Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you, DPM. So we're being efficient again, and we've given you the details. You would have seen the press release that was done yesterday. It gave a lot of information in there. And the reason a lot of information was given was because we wanted to say to the public, look, this is it. We've laid everything out. This is what is there. It's not finalized. There's some operational details to be finalized, but we gave a lot of details. And so we're here this morning ready to take your questions. Remember, Minister Hill is also here on the issue of cement, which has been in the public domain a lot. He can take questions there also. So let's go straight to the questions this morning.
Morning, everyone. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News here. Question for Dr. Chan. Who initiated the MOU and when was it signed?
No, MOU between countries are not a matter of initiating that. The Americans have which is the country, the immigrants have an issue that they're trying to settle, and we are one of their allies in the Caribbean, and we had discussion, we initiated. We had discussion, which had been prolonged, and we came to an agreement.
The agreement was when?
A few days back, I signed it. I think today's Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday of last week.
So remember, Mahiri, that the U.S. government has these agreements with several other countries. So this is something initiated, an initiative.
Besides the Minister, the Americans are our primary trading partner, primary security partner. We have bilateral relation with the United States and what we call the ABC countries are very established. And discussions continue between governments. We are, of course, the smaller partners, a fact of life. We're small, but bilateral discussions take place between governments that close on an ongoing basis. This is one in which they would have taken the lead because it's their problem, and one in which we can have some assistance.
Okay, the second question would be, obviously we're having this discussion now due to the fact that this information was leaked, but had it not been, when
the information leaked is different from what I'm talking about. And that's what the problem we are conflating two things. Some information suggesting that we were in the process of negotiating the reception of 10,000 illegal immigrants. There is no such discussion, and that we cannot do this morning. It became part of the discussion because it is known that we were discussing the third country nationals through Jamaica, because there are several other countries in the Caribbean. We signed on Wednesday and we decided we'd make a statement on it, and I reserved that statement for the diaspora event in Montego Bay yesterday, and we would have sent the press release out as normal.
Okay, well, is for Jamaicans who are deported, are they or have Jamaicans ever been part of a TCN program from other countries?
What Jamaican?
For Jamaicans who would have probably been deported from
No, I'm not. For Jamaicans who are deported
from other countries, has there been an issue where Jamaicans have been a part of TCN?
No, if Jamaicans have been deported to Jamaica, there's no issue. We receive them. The Americans, United States of America, have the vast majority of illegal migrants from Jamaica, of all illegal migrants, and we have an understanding between them. So they send us about 100 every month. I think they're looking at maybe sending back to Jamaica with over 3,000 Jamaicans. If we didn't have an understanding on how to handle it, negotiated by the professionals who have to do the work, all they do is set the policy. And there's no policy on that. Once a Jamaican is deported to Jamaica, we must receive them. What has happened, because we are friends, we work out a structural arrangement which allows us to manage it in an effective and efficient manner. And therefore, we take 100 a month, roughly. 2 shipments, 2 aircraft.
All right. So
sometimes 100, sometimes less than 100.
Let's leave the press conference for the moment and go to the Parliament, where the matter came up in the Parliament today. Let's listen to Parliament as the members of Parliament challenge Dr. Chang on the same matter. Go to Parliament.
Sure that any corporate undertaking is structured, lawful, and the best interest of the American people. That has been the guiding principle throughout the process, and it will continue to guide the implementation of this particular program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, so that is Dr. Chang making a statement to the Parliament, and he's now going to be questioned by members of the opposition. It gets very interesting. Fitzjackson is up.
Member from St. Catherine South will be responding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the statement this afternoon by the Minister is here in wake of a newspaper article yesterday. Neither the opposition nor the public at large in Jamaica had any idea that the government of our country was contemplating committing Jamaica to what is being provided for in this document. That, I must say at the outset, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable.
No, Mr. Fitzjackson, really no. What is unacceptable about the arrangement? Talk to you. What is unacceptable? The MOU that Dr. Phillips had up at Opakia, was that acceptable? Anyway, let's see what's happening here. Not even so sure. Okay. I think that okay. Let's go back to Parliament.
This is a proposed action to commit Jamaica to. Not commit any individual on the government side, the country of Jamaica. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in bilateral arrangements, it is about pursuing common interests between the bilateral partners. My question then arises, what is Jamaica's interest in this arrangement that is being considered with a disposition to implement? And I think not just the opposition, But the country, Jamaica, should be told, ought to be told, what Jamaica is set to benefit from this arrangement being proposed. Is there a security risk to Jamaica that is being pursued, protection is being pursued here? Is it so or is it not? Not a broad speculation. We would like answer in that regard. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, because this arrangement is seeking to commit the country of Jamaica, it is only proper that the executed MOU that forms the basis of the arrangements be pursued, be brought and tabled in this House.
So he's asking for the MOU to be tabled, to be brought to the Parliament and tabled in the House of Representatives. That is, remember now that Fitz Jackson is the opposition spokesman on national security. All right, so he's asking for the MOU to be tabled. I don't know if you heard the minister today say that the MOU will be made public.
And I'll go further, Madam Speaker. If the government, and I hope they do not, but should the government proceed to enter into an arrangement on the basis of what we see here, that agreement, which is being negotiated, as the minister indicated, be tabled in this House before its implementation.
Well, I don't know how that is going to happen because the minister signed the MOU and the technocrats are working on the details. I don't understand how it could be tabled first. Is not a legislation? I would need some guidance on that because how table in the Parliament for what? Isn't this just an arrangement that the government makes as part of its foreign policy agenda or part of its foreign policy which it has a right to on behalf of the people of Jamaica? I don't understand what Mr. Jackson is asking for at all.
Not after, and we are left to react to what is already in force.
I mean, how can you ask a government to carry its policies to Parliament to be tabled? It's not a bill, it's not law. It's an arrangement. Don't understand at all.
To do otherwise, Madam Speaker, would be blatant contempt to the people of Jamaica and would be unacceptable. Further questions arise from this proposed arrangement. And yes, we are searching in the dark because there's very few details have been made available to us. The minister said in the statement here, not a 10,000, maximum of 25 persons at any one time. Well, we can do multiples of 25 and go to an infinite sum. What is the maximum duration of their stay in Jamaica? And should those persons not be removed from Jamaica at the expiration at that hopefully agreed maximum period, what is the recourse? Are we stuck with those persons? Will they be re-extracted and sent elsewhere? We don't know.
All right. Let's listen now to Mark Golding. Mark Golding is the leader of the opposition. By the way, the Prime Minister said that Mr. Golding will be kept in opposition. In Montego Bay, the Prime Minister was laughing at that. Listen to Mr. Golding.
To ask, Minister, first of all, has the memorandum of understanding been signed by the two state parties? And if so, what is its date? That's the first question. Secondly, if persons are received by Jamaica under this arrangement, will those persons be held in detention or will they be free to go wherever they want to go in Jamaica? Thirdly, if they are to be held under some form of restriction or detention, what would be the legal basis for imposing any restriction or detention on them, given that they have come here not having committed any offense under our laws? Also, fourthly, there's a discrepancy in your statement because it says that under the signed MOU, Jamaica will host only 25 third country nationals at any time. But it goes on to say there's a controlling mechanism, which you say is important, which says that there's no obligation to take any more once you have 10 here. How do you reconcile those two?
Sorry about that.
What the answer is. And fifthly, Minister, I would like to specifically ask, what is the motivation for Jamaica entering into this memorandum of understanding? There is no discernible benefit to Jamaica from taking third country nationals.
And that's the Integrity Commission's
Is it that
report into...
there are benefits which have not been disclosed? After all, we only heard about this because of a leak to a newspaper resulting in the publication of a scoop yesterday. This is why you're here giving this statement today. Were that not had not that happened, we wouldn't know. We'd all be in the dark. So I'd like to know, what is the motivation of the government in signing this MOU? If there's a benefit to Jamaica or there are benefits, what are those benefits? If on the other hand, there was other forms of inducement, negative or positive, to enter into it, what were those? The country has a right to know. This matter is of great concern to Jamaicans. We have never had a situation in the past where we have taken third country nationals pursuant to a bilateral arrangement. And the last point I wanted to raise, Minister, which I think is number 6, is whether you are aware.
All right, we can leave the opposition leader there.
Federal court.
Let's go on here. What
preamble and post dance, but he got the latitude to do so.
He's going to,
in deference to him as leader of the opposition. So the first person will be St. Catherine Northwest, and then after that will be Westmoreland Eastern, and finally it will be the member from St. and Southeastern. After which the Minister of National Security will respond. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You turned off your mic, member from St. Catherine Northwest, which is why you are at the back of the queue, but you go ahead first.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Making reference to the report, it indicated that the agreed threshold of 10 individuals allowing for review of management is the maximum to remain in Jamaica. The question is, how long could that 10 remain in Jamaica at
First thing, let me reiterate. You are not permitted to ask questions asked already. That question was...
All right. I think that the matter of the deportee, in my view, is clear. Based on the minister's explanation, but it really got heated in Parliament today, and the Parliament had to be suspended because of this matter. Let's listen in a little bit to that.
Answer. There is no need to pull any hands up. The speaker asked for the persons who wanted to ask questions and persons. Allow me, no need. Sorry. Speaker, again, what would have happened is that you would have asked for persons who wanted to ask questions. They would have indicated. You would have given the persons who were going to ask, and then you would have called upon. You would have called upon. You would have called upon.
Well, at this point, opposition members are going to be standing up in protest. They want to ask questions about the MOU, and wow.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So, madam,
It's not very often that we hear the Prime Minister intervening and calling Campbell a bully. You are a bully. You're a bully, and we will not allow you to bully this house. The Prime Minister kept repeatedly shouting at Dr. Campbell, and Dr. Campbell is saying, "Who are you? And who are you? Who are you?" Well, the house was suspended, and it reconvened after that. Let's go then to Dr. The matter concerning Dr. Wheatley. Let's return to that. Dr. Wheatley, of course, has hired Mr. Abe Dabdoo, and Mr. Dabdoo went on Nationwide today and provided some explanations. Let's listen to that interview given by Mr. Dabdoo to Nationwide. Big story this. Big story.
Dr. Andrew Wheatley. The IC, that's the Integrity Commission, has ruled that the Member of Parliament for South Central St. Catherine be charged for illicit enrichment. This follows an investigation into Dr. Wheatley's earnings, acquisition of assets, and sale of assets over the period December 31, 2013 to December 31, 2022. There are 3 more charges that IC says it will lay against Dr. Wheatley based on its investigation covering the 9-year period. Those are 1, knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration, which is a breach of the Parliamentary Integrity of Members Act. 2, knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration, which is a breach of the Integrity Commission Act. 3, failing without reasonable cause to provide any information as the Director of Information and Complaints, may require. The IC says that charge is a breach of the Integrity Commission Act. The details of the investigation are captured in an 89-page report prepared by the Commission and tabled in the House of Representatives on Wednesday afternoon. The Commission says when it did its tabulation of Dr. Wheatley's statutory declarations and its investigations for the 9-year period, it established that Dr. Wheatley had a total income of $187 million. Broken out, this total income comprised a $4.8 million as his opening bank account balance, $78.27 million in loans, $18.94 million in investments, $6.04 million for insurance policies, $51.38 million in salary and allowances, $542,000 for interest on accounts, and $8.69 million for rental income. The IC's tabulation in Table 4 on page 51 of its report puts that total at $187,287,000. However, when our news center tallied the numbers from that table ourselves, we found an error. The total income was $168.6 $1.68 million. Meanwhile, Dr. Wheatley has rejected the Integrity Commission's findings as patently false, inaccurate, and grossly misleading. In a media statement issued subsequent to the report being tabled, Dr. Wheatley rejected the Commission's conclusion that some $164 million in assets could not be supported by his lawful earnings. Dr. Wheatley says he has instructed his attorneys to vigorously contest the charges in court and was confident of a positive outcome. The statement was issued through his attorney, Abe Dabdoob, who joins us now. Good afternoon, Sir Dabdoob.
All right. So that's the context of the matter. The Integrity Commission is recommending that Dr. Wheatley be charged. That's not guilt, that's to be charged. Very serious allegations here, but let's listen to how Mr. Dabdoo presents the case, because this is a case now that is going to go to court. Matter is going to court because Dr. Wheatley is rejecting this. As a matter of fact, Dr. Wheatley made a very brief statement to the Parliament earlier, and Dr. Wheatley is saying that he is innocent. Dr. Wheatley is saying that I am innocent. Dr. Wheatley gave a brief statement to the Parliament saying that he's innocent. So we're going to try and see if we can find that statement from Dr. Wheatley and play that for you, where he is suggesting to the Parliament. Dr. Wheatley asked for permission to speak on the matter. Clearly, Dr. Wheatley, is hurting. Here is Dr. Wheatley.
Colleagues here, that let me just use this opportunity to indicate to colleagues here that I have every intention of protecting my reputation. It is a matter that somewhere or other can affect all of us as members in this house. And so my team of lawyers will bring to the fore, to the public, that I am innocent, that the conclusions are inaccurate, and that we have a responsibility to, let me just use this.
Stop it here. Let me ask listeners a question. Listeners, let me ask you a question. How is it that the Integrity Commission could have gotten this wrong? How could the Integrity Commission do a report, recommend charges, and the man that the Integrity Commission report say is to be charged is saying, I am innocent? I mean, this is absolutely amazing. I don't understand. How could the Integrity Commission get this wrong? Let us listen to Mr. Dabdoo on Nationwide with Siobhan Campbell. Go ahead.
It is good to hear from you. So specifically, what are the instructions from your client as it relates to this matter from the Integrity Commission?
My instructions are very clear. We have to defend his position. We are to put together a team of attorneys to deal with the issue. We are going to have a meeting, of course, of the attorneys, because all this has come as a surprise, quite a frankly, to me, because I've been involved with assisting him and the Integrity Commission all along. And I am surprised. In fact, I am shocked that they could have arrived at the position they arrived at, because they failed to take into account $168 million of rental income, which was lawfully earned over the 9 years.
And was a basis provided as to why they did not tabulate that in their final outcome?
I don't know, because I haven't read their report.
It's a very exhaustive document. I mean, 89 pages. I have full time to go through it in its entirety. But in terms of the charges themselves, knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration, what does Dr. Wheatley make of that charge, suggesting that he is knowingly making false statements?
I don't know what they are talking about, because none of the statements that none of the statutory declarations had any false statement in there.
I see they highlighted one specific instance where he had a loan at the Bank of Nova Scotia. They suggested that he did not include that in his filings.
No, that loan must be the one that they claim that he should have disclosed it, because, and let me explain what the loan was. He had a joint venture with another person. The person had money to buy the land, but he could not raise any money to develop it. And therefore, what Dr. Wheatley did is borrow the money, but and the way they have handled it is not correct, because when the money was paid back by the joint venture through Dr. Wheatley, but they took the money that was being paid back to the bank and said that this was illicit earnings. Or they claim it's part of the illicit earnings.
Hold on. Something is fundamentally wrong with the process here. I don't understand. If the Integrity Commission conducts an investigation on a public official, remember that the Integrity Commission investigates public servants, even the Prime Minister. And when they conclude their report, lawyers of the statue of Abe Dabdul is questioning the findings of the Integrity Commission. I mean, let me listen a little bit more.
To me, quite frankly, I have found in doing these cases with the Integrity Commission that the people who are doing the investigation, and particularly the Director of Investigation, doesn't know anything about commerce, real estate development, and only it is not even a forensic auditor. Now, I don't know why they have people like that there. The proper thing that the Integrity Commission needs to look at, and I think the Parliament needs to address, is if you're going to investigate somebody, at least do it forensically. There are people who you can employ to do a forensic audit.
On another matter, though, Sir Adabu, I suppose it's related. The matter of the company Prosperity, which was incorporated in 2018, it suggests that Wheatley bought land and he was supposed to therein explain it as an investment, but he did not do so according to the Integrity Commission.
But look, he did declare that he had the interest in prosperity. But prosperity is who bought the land.
But it suggests here that he was the one who received the land, so to speak. That he, Wheatley, through
eventually. And this is why I say they don't understand real estate development. You know, when you have
So the Integrity Commission is conducting forensic. Is Harry, are you anywhere there? Can you help me out here? The Integrity Commission is conducting forensic investigations, which is very technical, and they don't understand real estate. Could the Integrity Commission have gotten this wrong? I want you to understand that the Integrity Commission did not declare Dr. Wheatley guilty, you know. The Integrity Commission did not declare Dr. Wheatley guilty. The Integrity Commission simply said the case is worthy to be placed before a judge. Dr. Wheatley didn't declare the commission corrupt either. He declared his right to be heard between accusation and innocent. There is a courtroom, and in that courtroom, Jamaica decides if power is above the law or under it. That's where we are tonight. That is what I want you to walk away from this program here tonight, understanding that Dr. Wheatley is not guilty of anything at this point. There's no guilt on Dr. Wheatley. And anyone who seeks to say Dr. Wheatley is guilty is being dishonest and simply playing politics. There is nothing here that suggests that Dr. Wheatley did anything wrong. Nothing at all. That is how we must approach this matter, with fairness. And I made a second point earlier, that this don't have nothing to do with the government. This is about Dr. Wheatley. Yes, Dr. Wheatley is a member of the government, but this is not the government. The government is not under investigation. Dr. Wheatley is an individual. And by law, Dr. Wheatley is to submit his statutory declarations, and they must be dealt with separately. Let's see if we can listen a little bit more.
Developing a property. You can have a company that does the construction work, but you don't transfer the property into the name of the company right away, even though the company technically owns it, because of transfer tax implications when you are going to sell. And that is why you can have split contracts. So you have a contract that sells you the lot, and a contract that sells you the building on the lot. I don't know if you are aware of that.
I can't suggest that I'm that au fait with those nitty-gritty details of businesses, but one would assume that
this is part of the problem.
Yes.
This is part of the problem that the Integrity Commission staff are not properly trained in that area to understand how business is conducted and how real estate business is conducted. So they come to wrong conclusions.
And I suppose that's
Suffice it to say that Dr. Wheatley is in a position to defend everything that was put before him. Whatever they have found, he has a defense.
And one of the most egregious things, and I would love an explanation to try and understand this, Sir W, is the Integrity Commission tabulated the total at $287,000, but we put it down at $168.68 million. But in Wheatley's statement in response to this, he has it as 164. Why such a too many discrepancies?
I don't know of any discrepancy because I don't have the document before me. I haven't read it. So I can't speak for the actual report. What I can say is that if it is $187 million, if you took the $168 million of rental income, which was lawfully earned, and if you took the 10.9 million of two vehicles that he sold, that they have refused to treat it as earnings, then that total is going to come up to
almost 180 million, yes.
Yeah,
thereabouts.
So that the difference we will be talking about is 7 million. And that is where I find the problems with their calculations. Yes, I got a copy of what Dr. Wheatley has said. And I remember it, and I looked it up. And it's correct in what he's saying there. He has the evidence. But nobody asked him for any further evidence.
But the Integrity Commission suggested that they interviewed Dr. Wheatley and they have written in several sections his responses and their rejection, so to speak, of those responses.
Yes, but how can you reject a lawful earning? And you reject a lawful earning because you say that he hasn't allowed you to speak to the tenants, for instance.
And finally, before we have to let you go, Sir W, has he officially been charged? I know it suggests that charges have been recommended, but has Dr. Wheatley been officially charged?
I don't know that they can officially charge him immediately because this report has to go to the Oversight Committee and it has to come back to Parliament with the Oversight Committee report. And I intend, and I must tell you, I intend to write to the DPP to ask for her intervention in ensuring that a proper forensic audit is done before he can be charged.
But under the circumstances, does the Integrity Commission have the full authority through their Director of Prosecutions to charge him and continue without the input of the DPP?
No. I am of the view that there's a section, I think it's section 34, if I'm not mistaken, or 94, in the Integrity Commission Act that makes it clear that they are subject to the DPP and the Constitution. Under, I think, section 94 of the Constitution gives the DPP the right to step in any prosecution and stop it or give her direction.
So you intend to have the DPP or request that the DPP intervene in this matter?
I'm not going to ask her to intervene. I'm going to ask her, I'm going to put to her the facts that we have and show that it has not been given a fair hearing, and therefore ask her to indicate to the Director of Corruption Prosecution that prior to her charging, she should ensure that we get a fair hearing.
That is Attorney Law AW is representing Dr. Andrew Wheatley in this matter regarding the Integrity Commission's concerns about his file
All right. So that there you have it. That is the lawyer representing Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Abe Dabdu. And
News at this hour, Integrity Commission rules that Dr. Andrew Wheatley be charged for illicit enrichment.
But the MP has rejected the Commission's findings as patently false, inaccurate, and grossly misleading.
Third country nationals from the U.S. will not be detained on arrival in Jamaica, and no detainee afternoon.
All right, let's hear George Davis on this.
Dr. Andrew O'Brien Wheatley returned to Andrew Holness's cabinet less than a year ago, Wednesday, September 17, 2025, as Minister without portfolio in charge of science, technology, and special projects. Before that, the 53-year-old spent 7 years on the backbench after resigning as Minister of Energy in July 2018, owing to allegations of corruption and nepotism at the state-owned oil refinery Petrojam. In that matter, Dr. Wheatley was never charged with any offense, nor was any claim of misconduct even brought against him. His battle then was to clear his name of speculation and suspicion in the public square. Back then, he wasn't even required to defend himself in a court of law. But this is a fight of an altogether different kind. This time, the Integrity Commission has ruled that he should answer 4 charges relating to his income and assets between December 31, 2013 and December 31, 2022. The rulings form the crucial segment of a letter sent to the Houses of Parliament on June 11 this year by Executive Director of the IC, Craig Beresford. So what are the 4 charges? Charge 1, knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration. That charge, the IC says, is a breach of the Parliamentary Integrity of Members Act. Charge 2, knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration. That charge, the IC says, is a breach of the Integrity Commission Act. Charge 3, failing without reasonable cause to provide any information as the Director of Information and Complaints may require. That charge, the IC says, is a breach of the Corruption Prevention Act. So what has caused the IC to recommend these charges? Well, the Commission says when it did its tabulation of Dr. Wheatley's statutory declarations and its investigations for the 9-year period, it established that Dr. Wheatley had total income of $187 million. Broken out, this total income comprised of $4.8 million as his opening bank balance, $78.27 million in loans, $18.94 million in investments, $6.04 million for insurance policies, $51.38 million in salary and allowances, $542,000 for interest on accounts, and $8.69 million for rental income. The IC's tabulation in Table 4 on page 51 of its report puts that total at $187,287,000. However, when our news center tallied the numbers from that table ourselves, we found an error. The total income was $168.68 million. So it seems from the numbers presented that the IC has made a mistake in its calculation. The actual total of Dr. Wheatley's income is $18.6 million less than the figure published in its report. The IC says it tabulated Dr. Wheatley's assets acquired and other expenditure to be in the amount of $351.53 million. Broken out, that figure is made up of $41.88 million as the closing balance in his bank accounts, $70.67 million for loan repayment, $3.7 million for investments, $48.4 million for properties acquired, $10.49 million for motor vehicles acquired, and $176 million for expenses. When we double-checked the figures, that total is indeed correct. So when the IC subtracted the total sum of Dr. Wheatley's income from the total sum of his assets acquired and sold over the 9-year period, it came up with a figure of $164.25 million. And it's that number which the IC says represents the value of Dr. Wheatley's assets over the 9-year period, for which he has failed to provide sufficient evidence to support. But if you adjust the figure for what appears to be the IC's error in calculation, then the total of the illicit enrichment is $182.85 million. The IC was not done with Dr. Wheatley. It recommended that the Commissioner General of Tax Administration Jamaica look into the matter concerning one of Dr. Wheatley's companies, Western Medical. According to the IC, Western Medical filed nil tax returns for the years 2011 and 2012, despite Dr. Wheatley providing evidence that the company earned between $15 million and $26 million over those 2 years. George Davis for Nationwide News.
Meanwhile, Dr. Andrew Wheatley has rejected the Integrity Commission's findings as patently false, inaccurate, and grossly misleading. In a media statement issued within an hour of the report being tabled, Dr. Wheatley rejected the Commission's conclusion that some $164 million in assets could not be supported by his lawful earnings. He says it was odd, unreasonable, and unfair that the Director of Investigations decided not to take into account approximately $168 million in rental income, which he said he lawfully earned and declared over the 9 years. He says the director also ignored the verifiable sources he used to repay some $50 million in loans for his real estate business. On the finding that he received 6 apartments declared as gifts, Dr. Wheatley said these came out of a joint venture to develop land and that such arrangements were not unusual in the real estate industry. The Member of Parliament for South Central St. Catherine has stressed that the Commission had made no allegation that he benefited unlawfully from public funds. Dr. Wheatley says he has instructed his attorneys to vigorously contest the charges in court and was confident of a positive outcome. The statement was issued through his attorney, Abe Dabdoob. National Security Minister.
All right. So want to thank Nationwide for that. Those reports came to us from Nationwide News Network. We have with us now our resident analyst on economics and politics, member Harry Henriquez. Good evening to you, member Henriquez.
Good evening, neighbor. Good evening, neighborites, Caroline, everybody else.
Yeah. Member Harry, I'm going to go to the politics of this. Because clearly it doesn't matter how we try to unavoid that. There is politics involved here. The opposition, I believe, is going to call a press conference, and I don't want to preempt what they are going to say. Member Harry, how do you think this is going to play politically in the coming days?
Well, neighbor, to start it off, with Andrew Wheatley, and I'm happy Nationwide referenced the Petrodrum situation earlier, because I can guarantee you that the People's National Party will run to that for sure, to kind of put an agenda or put a story together to say Andrew Wheatley is known.
Encourage.
Hold on.
Let me just
hold on. I'm sorry. I wanted to play Dr. Wheatley saying that he was innocent, but I can cue that up for you. Go ahead, member.
Yeah. So they're going to reference that situation in which he was not guilty of anything. He wasn't charged of anything. He wasn't in the court of law at all. He wasn't really required to even defend himself even then.
Yes.
But I know in terms of the People's National Party, they will find a way to link that event to this, because Jamaican people have short-term memory. And that incident and event will evoke past emotions, neighbor.
Yes.
That will fuel the current ones through ignorance.
Which is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
It is, neighbor, and it's unfortunate on multiple fronts, because it is unfortunate for a nation who is looking to go forward, neighbor, that we are so easily misled and distracted. And, also from a political standpoint, that we will politic every and anything, including a man's personal life.
Uh-huh.
So when you look at it in through those mirrors, neighbor, you know what's going to come for the People's National Party. I don't think I need to tell anybody who is resident here tonight or usual listeners what they're going to say. We already know what is going to come. But the politics of it this can get nasty and get nasty very quickly.
I want you to explain that to our listeners as a political analyst. When you say that this can get nasty very quickly, explain to us what can happen from here on in. The IC is recommending charges be laid against Dr. Wheatley. We have tried our best to explain that charges don't mean guilt. It only means that the matter will go to court. But you know how Jamaica is, Harry. When you say it can get very nasty, are you suggesting, for example, that you expect the PNP to ask for Dr. Wheatley's resignation? Do you expect Dr. Wheatley to resign? What you mean when you say get nasty? Quite clearly, the bloggers and vloggers are not going to let this go. What are we to expect from here on?
Well, Mark Golding has led from the front in asking Andrew Wheatley to be removed from the cabinet already, neighbor.
He has done so?
He has done so already, right? It's I believe it's a cleaner, so I'll publish it earlier, requesting. And it's funny and it's very hypocritical of him to know that this is not a situation where the member of parliament has taken anything out of the government coffers. This is not where the member of parliament attempted to go ahead and utilize status that is not his. This is also not a situation where the member of parliament has utilized resources that is not for a public figure, such as a political representative. And for Mark Golding to be standing by that individual and calling for someone else who has not done any of those things to enrich himself. When I look at it, the hypocrisy is at its highest. Of course, again, the media will not split the difference. The media will not highlight that. And the people of Jamaica, sadly so, neighbor, who are running with this narrative, will not take the time out to also call it out for what it is. Now, that also brings into the frame Mark Golding.
May you just hold a minute there for me, member. Let me read the story for the listeners. Opposition leader Mark Golding says Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness should remove Dr. Wheatley from the cabinet following the Integrity Commission's recommendation that Wheatley be charged with 4 offenses, including illicit enrichment. The minister, who has been recommended for prosecution on 4 criminal charges, including the serious offense of illicit enrichment, cannot be allowed to remain in the cabinet of Jamaica, Golding said in a statement Wednesday evening. Prime Minister Holness must act immediately. The integrity of our public institutions and trust of the Jamaican people demand nothing less. That is a statement, coming to us that Mr. Golding has called for Mr. Dr. Andrew Wheatley to be sacked. Golding tells the Prime Minister to sack Dr. Wheatley. So that was expected, Harry.
Of course, neighbor. In fact, it was queued up for him to say it, neighbor, from the moment the report was tabled. And I can tell you this, and I won't apologize for it. Mark Golding was prompted as to what's in the IC report, neighbor. Right? Because they went to the parliament with, when you say you got to with pep in your step, they went there with a loaded gun, thinking that they can extract as much as possible out of what the IC would have been stated. Now, with the politics of it, neighbor, why I said this can get very nasty and do so real quickly.
But I'd like you to tell me, do you think that the call for Mr. Dr. Wheatley's removal is fair at this point?
In politicking, it's expected, so it's yes, but in reality, it's a hard no, because there's nothing that says he has to be removed. He didn't go against that understanding that they signed, that all members of parliament signed, the ethics and so on, neighbor, right? There's also, the biggest part of it is that the IC themselves has failed to get their very own numbers correct. So how can you call for a man to be removed from a report that can't even add?
Do you think the Prime Minister will remove him? Because if the Prime Minister does so, will it not come across as the Prime Minister bowing to pressure? Why would the Prime Minister not have immediately acted if he had intended to do so? Because I'm sure that the civil society groups are going to join this call.
Neighbor, before I answer, I'm going to say there's no civic society groups in Jamaica, all right? And I'm standing by that again.
No, so, there's no civic society group in Jamaica.
There's no, neighbor. There are political affiliated groups in Jamaica that parades around as civic society, right? That's really what they are. But the Prime Minister has no real reason to go ahead and remove Andrew Wheatley from his post. There's none, right?
In other words, Andrew Wheatley, as of tonight, has not been charged for any crime. Has done nothing wrong.
There's, neighbor, nothing has been done that is wrong as it stands. Because, and I'm going to say it again, I don't know any report that is giving recommendations upon figures that don't add up. Neighbor, I can't make recommendations, for example, for you to be charged or to brought in front of any committee on investigation that I did. I'm the expert, that I'm supposed to get right, and my own figures don't make sense.
Yeah,
that shows that there is, in terms of the investigation, was done properly.
Yes.
And neighbor, remember when I said, I believe it's earlier this month or late last month, I said the IC is incompetent.
Yes, you said that.
And they've proven me right once again.
Before you move on to that, though member, illicit enrichment. Would you define that for us? What is illicit enrichment, and why? How can the IC say that he is to be charged for illicit enrichment? Is the IC not making an assumption here?
They are, right? Because
so what is it? Tell us, what is illicit enrichment? Tell us.
So really and truly, neighbor, it is where there's acquisition or what we call the receipt and enjoyment of significant wealth that no one can properly, or the person being questioned cannot reasonably justify. So
but if you can't justify it, that doesn't make it illicit.
Exactly.
Because if you for example you have businesses and you are not doing proper accounting, and your businesses are doing well, then your wealth could increase. And what if you didn't choose to do proper accounting? That does not necessarily mean that it is illicit, because illicit suggests that you got it through some nefarious means, eh?
Right. In terms of illegal gains.
But that is one of the charge, that he be charged for illicit. In other words, the IC is assuming that the man got his money through means that are illegal.
Through ill-gotten gains, yes.
But then I don't understand. Why, Harry? I don't know. Harry, do you have confidence in the process here? Do you have confidence in the report that the investigation that the Integrity Commission is doing?
Neighbor, I don't. From how they've been operating, and I'm separating the likes of what's happening with the Prime Minister, but even going through the likes of the opposition leader, when he was called, many people didn't know, he was called earlier this year to submit additional information before he could be quote-unquote certified. The Integrity Commission themselves have been failing to do proper forensic investigation, which simply means that they are carrying out activities, they are making recommendations in terms of preempting things, in terms of without the proper practices, without employing the chronological order of proper auditing, neighbor, right? And this is one time they can't come and say it is because they were understaffed, as Mark Golding said they were, right? But it shows that there is a lot of room, more than desired, for the IC to significantly improve, because they're dropping the ball left, right, and center, but only when it comes on to political individuals, they're dropping the ball. So it's one of two things. Again, we've seen where they're incompetent, and also the fact that they're politically affiliated. And when I say not the institution itself, but the persons at the helm of this institution are politically aligned, or they have an agenda, because I don't see why, when it comes on to the political persons and their statutory declarations and so on, the IC been dropping the ball, knowingly or unknowingly, neighbor. And this time I think they've gone too far, because one of the major things is that there's a lot of partnerships when you're doing the likes of real estate, neighbor. And Andrew Wheatley have several joint ventures, partnerships, and otherwise. And what this will do now is to bring those individuals who are private people, you're going to bring them in the fray of the political arena now to be meticulously scrutinized for something that they should not open up to the public for. All because the IC has failed to do their investigation properly. Because whatever they're looking for, they can't find, and as such, they're misrepresenting specific information. Everything they've asked for, they've received, neighbor. And even with similar with the Prime Minister, every single piece of document and information they require has been provided to them, and they're unable to provide proper certification for the Prime Minister. And now with Member of Parliament Andrew Wheatley, they have now misrepresented numbers. And in this financial space, neighbor, all it takes for you to get something wrong, and you should be liable for sue, this is how serious it is, is if you move something from the credit section, right, to the debit section of your balance sheet. And the Integrity Commission is not just doing that, but they themselves are misrepresenting information, neighbor. And one of the major things, they make recommendations, strong ones, when their figures, their very own figures, their very own report is not in proper alignment with what they're recommending. Because it should not be the case where just looking at the report, it is easy to spot where the figures are off. That is why nationwide we have been able to spot the vast difference in the funding, right, that was reported. But if they ask for something and it is provided, you have to also understand that you need to have the expert to be able to audit and investigate any piece of document you have. Ibn Abdul have pointed to one such thing, real estate, which is you have to have a keen eye when it comes on to that, neighbor, right? And the transfer of properties as well. I believe one there is under gift, which is highly possible. It happens. I know persons who do it. You have to understand that, neighbor, if you and I are on a joint venture, and I stand as your guarantor and I put on money, you get the rest from the bank. When that is paid off, you pay it off. You're well with, even though it's a joint venture, you are well within your right. If you want to cover the cost that I put up, you can decide to split that property half and half. If it's 2 apartments, you can, and they value twice whatever, you can determine if you want to give me 2 and you keep 2, and it moves over now to the ownership of me. But if the IC is declaring it as something that's not an income for me, then you see where we have a problem. Because now that becomes a rental income that the IC doesn't see as a rental income. So they themselves are pick and choosing what they want to add to the report and what they don't want to add. And that is a problem. And if they are unable to have the technocrats, as we put it, the experts, they should restaff. They should find the competent person, open the position for people to apply for, so that we can get this matter done and dusted with, and so we avoid these things going forward, because it's going to get messy the more they continue to do this. And nothing is wrong to admit that they aren't competent enough. Nothing is wrong with that.
But Harry, if I am to assume that Dabdu is saying that the Integrity Commission investigators lack the skills to properly do the forensic auditing, then Harry, we are in absolutely massive problem, because Dr. Wheatley integrity, his reputation is on the line. And as a matter of fact, if the Integrity Commission got this wrong, how is Dr. Wheatley's image to be repaired?
Neighbor, not even a public apology cannot repair it. In the eyes of Jamaican people, you know what they're going to say? Him guilty, them just couldn't prove it. That's what they're going to run with. And that is a damage, irreparable damage. When you're in the political arena as a representative, neighbor, that you suffer when these institutions that people believe in, that should uphold proper integrity, accountability, and so on, when they are very politically aligned and tarnish people's career. Right? Because this is not much better than an assassination of character through the man's own financing in a neighbor. Right? Because look at it this way. And I'll use the opposition leader, for example. When he was called to provide additional information, nobody knew anything about it. None. And he secretly and silently provided the information. No spectacle was made about it, nothing at all. But why is it now that every single thing, when it comes on to the current administration and their people, that is being put publicly? And I want to warn the Integrity Commission that they have to be very careful of through relationships, the type of people that gets drawn in the public sphere, because they just might end up pull the wrong person from the private sector, and they will have to sing tunes to get out of it.
Hold on there for me, member Harry. That's a fascinating, fantastic piece of analysis there. Member Scratchy, how are you doing?
Blessed night, sir. Blessed night. Night, Caroline. Harry, my bro. Enough of respect.
Member Curry.
Different platforms.
Member Scratchy, without being accusatory, do you think that the Integrity Commission is being truly impartial in their deliberations here?
The Integrity Commission never lost its integrity a long time ago now, neighbor.
They have lost their integrity. They have lost their integrity.
They have lost their integrity, neighbor.
So you don't put any value on this report, but although it has such serious implications.
I mean, neighbor, I look at things different, neighbor. I don't put any value on it, neighbor, based on neighbor the fact that neighbor I've seen the Integrity Commission, neighbor, blunder over a specific period of time, neighbor, in terms of the Prime Minister's own declaration, neighbor. You know, the amount of speculation that they have caused, the court of public opinion, neighbor, that they have caused the reason against the Prime Minister, neighbor, personal attack that they have caused the Prime Minister to go through and stuff like that. And I for me personally, neighbor, I think the whole Integrity Commission bill, neighbor, I think that bill, neighbor, was crafted in a way, neighbor, where it set up the persons who is it set up to investigate, neighbor. I don't give them any possibility, neighbor, of proving their innocence or to a certain level or stuff like that, because I don't think, neighbor, that a commission should be given any form of power, neighbor, where that commission can say, we have laid charges against these persons.
They haven't laid the charge. They recommend charges.
Yes, to say yes, they might be recommending charges, yes. But I think in case like that, neighbor, because mere fact, neighbor, that you're still requesting a certain amount of documents, I think it is premature to jump and say, okay, based on the lack of these documents that we have asked for coming forward, we're gonna say how this person should be recommended for charge, neighbor. I don't buy that, neighbor. It is too simplified and brought down, neighbor, to the individualism of a few persons based on their likes or dislike for someone, neighbor. It doesn't give me that great level, neighbor, of scrutiny. You know, I think it needs, as a lawyer earlier and said, now, Mr. Dabdo, I don't think they are equipped enough, neighbor, to tackle these type of things, neighbor. Something as important as illicit enrichment, neighbor, the deep financial and auditing that is needed in these type of things, neighbor. I don't think the Integrity Commission, neighbor, has that capability, neighbor, to carry out that, neighbor. And I think the Integrity Commission, neighbor, is way above and beyond them head, neighbor. I just can't see it.
I'm going to ask a question I asked Harry earlier. The politics of this how it will play out in Jamaica, Scratchy, because I don't think we can avoid examining that angle in terms of, we see already that the opposition leader is calling for the Prime Minister to sack Dr. Wheatley. Over the next couple of days, Scratchy, this is going to be drilled by the opposition. They're surrogates. I'm sure they're going to call a press conference. The opposition leader put out a statement today calling upon the Prime Minister to sack Dr. Wheatley. The politics, Scratchy, how do you think that the government is to respond to this politically? Mind you, the government is not charged here. This is a member of the government. How do you think it's going to play out?
Definitely, neighbor. Government is not charged here, neighbor. But the government, neighbor, will place in a situation, neighbor, where the government is placed in a rock and a hard place, neighbor, because it is now, neighbor, the pressure is now being put on the back of the government, neighbor, to either go against one of its own institution recommendations, neighbor, or stand up, neighbor, with a current member of the executive. So that is the position, neighbor, that the government will be targeting.
Do you think that wholeness will stand with him, pointing to the process? Because to be fair, Scratchy, no charge has been laid, and even when charges are laid, it is not a conviction. Do you think the Prime Minister should stand with Dr. Wheatley at this point?
I wouldn't say stand with Dr. Wheatley, neighbor. I would say, neighbor, the Prime Minister has to stand, neighbor, in a position, neighbor, where it doesn't look like he's compromising the process, neighbor. It doesn't seem like he's pushing any bias from one side of the program of the process, neighbor. So I wouldn't just say stand with Dr. Wheatley, neighbor, but I think, neighbor, the Prime Minister will stand, neighbor, on the side of good governance. I think the Prime Minister, neighbor, will stand, neighbor, on the side of integrity, neighbor, and the Prime Minister will also stand, neighbor, on the side, neighbor, where he makes sure, neighbor, that there's nothing over his head or his head of his government, neighbor, going forward in terms of future plans that they have for the country, neighbor. So the Prime Minister is the one, neighbor, who directly knows the mandate, neighbor. The Prime Minister one is the one who understands his vision and know where he wants to go, neighbor. So the decision, neighbor, is up to the Prime Minister, you know, as to whether or not, neighbor, he will act upon the report, neighbor. In which way you will act upon that report, neighbor. I'm not going to prejudge you.
You are not a man that struggles for words, and I hear you there struggling a bit, Scratchy. Let me put the question to you: should the Prime Minister sack Dr. Wheatley?
All right, neighbor. In terms of should the Prime Minister sack Dr. Wheatley, neighbor, I'm not going to preempt him or anything, neighbor. But based on how I've seen this Prime Minister operated before, neighbor. When Floyd Green violated the COVID rules, neighbor, Floyd Green was asked to remove himself, neighbor, to allow the process, neighbor. When even Dr. Wheatley himself, neighbor, was found in some other type of hot water, neighbor, the Prime Minister asked Mr. Wheatley again, neighbor, to remove himself for the process, neighbor, to let the process continue, neighbor. So, and we have seen it, neighbor, with Ruel Reid, countless others, neighbor.
Are you saying to me that the perception the perception, let's forget what the opposition has said, because governments don't operate like that. I am sure that the Prime Minister would have a strategy in this. Are you saying that perception in politics is also very important, Scratchy? Are you saying to me that the Jamaican people will understand this process and will allow the process to take its natural legal course, that of Dr. Wheatley being allowed the opportunity to defend himself and have his day in court, and in the meantime the Prime Minister should get on with the government and allow Dr. Wheatley to remain in his position?
No, neighbor, there's a lot of Jamaicans who are not going to come out and say that, neighbor.
Not going to accept that.
Yes, come tomorrow morning, neighbor. The cry is going to be much louder than it is tonight, neighbor. You know the regulars, neighbor. They're going to see a lot of press conference, a lot of statements being released come tomorrow morning, neighbor. The media is going to be bombarded, neighbor, with calls, neighbor, asking the Prime Minister to ask Dr. Wheatley, neighbor, to step aside, neighbor. So I don't expect, neighbor, it to be where persons are understanding the fact, neighbor. And this is Jamaica, neighbor. And we understand how the court of public opinion works, neighbor. And with the court of public opinion, neighbor, understanding that, okay, IEC says that he's recommended for charges, neighbor. The court of opinion, neighbor, go farm for their own opinion and start to charge you guilty. Whereas there's a figure out there where they can mingle and play with and say, all right, it's a whole lot of money, this, and try to, and try to find them own thing here. But one of the worst part of this whole thing, though, neighbor, is that if Mr. Wheatley, neighbor, Dr. Wheatley should exhaust all the channels, neighbor, and prevail in this, neighbor, and it's seen not to be and is of total. How does this fix? How does the Integrity Commission, neighbor?
But I don't think that is going to happen in this term of office. I have a matter, why I tell us, as Scratchy, the hands up, the wheel of justice kind of turns slowly down here. This IC matter with Dr. Wheatley will not be resolved during this term of the government. I can tell you that. Not to the court.
I'm definitely, neighbor.
Not to the court. Let me ask you a question, Scratchy. You are a rock stone Labour, right? No greater a supporter of the Labour Party than you are. How do you feel tonight as a supporter of the party? Your government is in power. How do you personally feel about this matter?
I mean, neighbor, it's never too good, neighbor. I never get a good feeling, neighbor, whenever these type of things come out, neighbor, because you understand, neighbor, you understand how delicate the political landscape is in Jamaica, neighbor, how tribal it is, neighbor, how divisive it is, neighbor. We understand that there are persons, neighbor, who have been searching and trying to dig up dirt to try and throw another persons, neighbor. And we know their ultimate aim, neighbor. Their ultimate aim is not Dr. Wheatley. Their ultimate aim is
Andrew Holness.
It's a Prime Minister, neighbor. They're not going to come and talk about whatever anyone do, neighbor. They're going to continue to say Andrew Holness is ruling over a party of corruption. They're not going to individualize persons who are in allegations of corruption, neighbor. They're going to try to centralize it and get the Prime Minister name involved. So I feel bad, neighbor, because I personally know, neighbor, that they are not strong enough, neighbor, to get out the Prime Minister, neighbor. But I don't know how strong a lot of the persons who surround themselves with the Prime Minister, who make up the Prime Minister team, are, neighbor. And a lot of these persons, neighbor, they have to also be very cognizant, neighbor, of their operations, neighbor, and know that whatever they are doing, neighbor, is not only an inflection or reflection of them, neighbor, but it is also a reflection of the Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party by extension. Because, neighbor, the Jamaica Labour Party, neighbor, is a political organization that every time this political organization is in power, neighbor, good governance has always been our main thing, neighbor.
Yes.
But there's always one person, neighbor, one thing in this political organization, neighbor, that always try to cause some problem with us, neighbor, and try to sink the ship, neighbor. And for the past couple of years, we have seen where every time these ugly monsters tries to raise their head, neighbor, we see where the Prime Minister act in the best interest of the country, neighbor, and the best interest of the political organization as well, neighbor. And I think he has set a precedent. I don't know, I'm not going to try and preempt him, neighbor, but I know that, neighbor, that Andrew Michael Nunes, neighbor, is a true leader, and whatever decision he made, neighbor, in regard to this bill, to this report, neighbor, it is in the best interest of Jamaica, neighbor, and not in the best interest of Andrew Holness, not the Jamaica Labour Party first, but rather the best interest of what is the best interest of Jamaica. He knows, neighbor, how the political football is going to flip this. He understands, neighbor, the 28 proxy groups and all of them is going to come out tomorrow, neighbor, about what they're going to say about this, neighbor. And some form of public damage has to be done, neighbor. And to the amount of public damage or the extent of that public damage, neighbor, that needs to be done, I can't say right now on this platform. But this is not something, neighbor, that I'm going to come up here, neighbor, and be a hypocrite.
No, and absolutely. That's why I asked you, because you are, and I want you to tell me your honest feeling about this. You have very good political instincts, Harry. I'm Scratchy. Tell me honestly what you think is going to happen over the next couple of days.
Yes, neighbor, I can definitely, neighbor, that the police got to be political divisive, neighbor. The 28 proxy groups, all of the proxy groups, neighbor, media houses, journalists, a lot of persons, neighbor, are going to say, okay, this doesn't look good, you know. If he's recommended for charges, then let it go and take its course and take its course in the courthouse, you get me? And they are saying, okay, then, since it is taking its course in the courthouse, then could you relieve Mr. Wheatley of his duties so that it doesn't cause any form of conflict of interest in any way, shape, or form, or stuff like that, neighbor. And it's up to the prime minister.
But shouldn't we as a society, Scratchy, grow up and mature and understand due process? Because if a man is charged, then the man is to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. If the court convicts him on the charge, then of course. But until that time, I don't think that the society should be bowing to any civil society group or opposition pressure. The law, Scratchy, must take its course.
Exactly, neighbor. I 100% agree with you, neighbor.
We must be a society of law, sir. And I think we need to move away from perception and allegations. A man must not resign.
Yeah, so I misbelieve they love to tell you about step away and let the process stand with itself until the process is finished. That is also something.
But if a man accuses me of raping a minor, I shouldn't step away if I didn't do it. Step away for what? If I say I didn't do it, bring me before the court, and I will have my day in court where I will prove by evidence that I didn't do that. And then if the judge release me, I'm fine. Why should I step away to clear my name when I haven't done anything right? That is not how a justice system should operate.
Asking everyone on this page to move over to the next page since we're under so much restrictions here.
Go ahead.
Some serious amendment needs to be done, though, neighbor, to that Integrity Commission bill, neighbor. If we continue, neighbor, in the same part of this bill, neighbor, this is going to put us in problem, neighbor, because I can tell you this, neighbor, that just based on how Jamaica Constitution is set up alone, neighbor, based on how governance structure in Jamaica is set up, our neighbor, it is going to be very easy, neighbor, for you to have any perception or the perception, neighbor, of any informality or misconduct is being done, neighbor, on the part of our public servants, neighbor. Because, neighbor, despite, yes, they are public servants, neighbor, I think the Integrity Bill, neighbor, Integrity Commission Bill, neighbor, it's not an entity, neighbor, that is equipped with certain level of technocrats or techniques, neighbor, who understand the in-depth investigation that needs to be done, neighbor. We're not going to recommend someone to get charged for something like illegal enrichment, neighbor. That is something very serious, you know, and that is dealing with money and all type of things. So I don't think, neighbor, that a single organization, neighbor, other than the court of the land, neighbor, should come out and make those type of pronouncements on someone, neighbor, based on your own mathematical calculation, neighbor, are based on what you feel are your standards that are being set by you. You know, what metrics the Integrity Commission using to come to this conclusion. You know, what metrics are the Integrity Commission using, neighbor, to say, okay, this is a case of illegal enrichment, this is a case of that, this is what kind of financial audits is being done, how in-depth or how far you go. You know, I think sometimes, neighbor, it's also wording. Sometimes they need to fix the wording, neighbor, because instead of you saying that you're going to recommend this person to be charged, you know, I think sometimes, neighbor, it's better to use the wording different, because sometimes it's wording causing problem in Jamaica, just like that lady who come out and talk about $3 trillion. Sometimes it's what we say is not really what we say, about how we say it. And I think the Integrity Commission, neighbor, is a commission, a creature of parliament, neighbor, and it is so sad, or it will be so sad, neighbor, if we don't try to see our best, we can create this thing, neighbor, to match the reality of our society and the reality of the function of our government function. Not to say okay, it's okay for persons to steal money. Not to say it's okay for persons to not be able to say, okay, this is how I come by this, and this is how I come by that. We know Jamaica stay neighbor, there's a lot of informalities and stuff like that, neighbor. And I think it is just premature, neighbor, for the Integrity Commission to be the one, neighbor, who can recommend persons to be charged for illegal enrichment, neighbor, without proper financial auditing of these people or stuff like that, neighbor. Whatever I done, the mechanism need to be shown, the mechanism need to be known. We need to know these mechanisms. We know that MOCA and those type of people, FID, those type of organizations are targeting certain things, neighbor. But what kind of referrals were made? Where would it was Integrity Commission alone just to up with this conclusion? Did you refer anything to the Financial Investigative Division? Did you get information from TAJ, Tax Administration Jamaica? These are institutions that also fall within our financial sectors, you know. So I don't know, neighbor, because they don't share these things. But I just don't get it, neighbor. I think Integrity Commission could be a big injustice, neighbor, to the governance system of Jamaica. Not to say it is okay, I'm giving okay, neighbor, for persons to just have, persons just come in a government and enrich themselves illegally, neighbor. But
are we shutting out wealthy people out of the politics, though, Scratchy? Because Brockman can run politics still, you know. But are we not going to be shutting out people who have a $50 million and have a few businesses and want to serve their country, but somehow their assets will have to be declared, they have to make them public, and you know, not everybody who have money kind of want to say exactly how they get all of it, you know, and it may not be.
That is one of the main reasons, neighbor, why a lot of persons, neighbor, who have certain level of wealth, neighbor, a certain level of knowledge, and not in our politics, neighbor, because of that thing, neighbor. It's not just you, neighbor. If you're married, they also want your spouse, neighbor, information as well, neighbor. You know? So sometimes, neighbor, this thing can go too personal, this thing can go too far, neighbor, and it pushes away persons, because if I am putting up myself representation, right, if I don't see what my spouse salary has to do with this, and my spouse assets, I want my spouse as person,
and your children.
And your children, neighbor. I think that is total crazy. I think that is total craziness, neighbor. So that's why I'm saying for years, neighbor, it has been the president, neighbor, for the president, for US presidents, neighbor, to turn over their tax returns. Donald Trump denied that how many years now, neighbor? Donald Trump denied that how many years now. Right now, Donald Trump put things in place, neighbor, the family cannot be audited by the IRS. By them in the office and Ray. So it goes to show you, neighbor, that sometimes you want one thing, neighbor, but at the same time in wanting one thing, you're preventing a much greater good within that one thing that you want, neighbor.
Yeah,
I'm not saying, neighbor.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not saying that we mustn't track these people at an income, neighbor. But all I'm saying is don't come up with these premature findings and then try to make people look bad and try to embarrass people in this way with illegal enrichment. To put that on someone, neighbor, that is an investigation that should be thoroughly done, neighbor, with all of the investigative body in Jamaica. We have to do with financing, neighbor, to you to come to a conclusion, to make a recommendation to someone to be charged. For neighbor, it is not something easy, you know. Illegal enrichment, neighbor, mean you're a thief, you know.
Yes. Oh God. Yes.
And that basically they tell me, you know, say he's a thief, you know.
In other words, you enrich yourself of the public's purse.
Me enrich myself on the public purse, neighbor. And the worst thing is, neighbor, them going to release a figure. And the figure that is released is not an easy figure. Jamaicans are going to see that figure, they are saying,
Hold on. Scratchy.
Yes, neighbor.
Definitely, there has to be some strategy going forward here. What do you think it's going to be?
Neighbor, again, I can't come up and tell you, say this is going to be the strategy, neighbor, that is going to be the strategy, neighbor. I think, neighbor, that as I say, neighbor, I don't have all the information in front of me. I am not in the spot, neighbor. I'm not in the hot seat, neighbor. I can't say something, neighbor, from a political standpoint, neighbor. But I am not in a position, neighbor, to speak from a governance standpoint, neighbor, because I am a supporter of a political organization, neighbor. But in terms of how the inside of government run, neighbor, and government operate, I have an understanding of how it operates and how it run, neighbor. But I am not sitting there, neighbor. I am not the one, neighbor, who when I go to a press conference, 20, 15, 30 miles to be shoved in front of me, neighbor, asking me one specific question, neighbor, asking me a particular question, and I can give a good answer to it or not. It is the Prime Minister, neighbor, who will be tasked with that, neighbor. So I'm not going to come on a public platform like this on a night like this, neighbor, and try to preempt anything. I try to say this is what the Prime Minister might do, or this is not the Prime Minister might do. I respect this Prime Minister, neighbor, and I can definitely say that. And this is what Andrew Michael Wallace met, neighbor. In regards, neighbor, to the finding of this report, neighbor, I stand with him, neighbor, and I support him.
Okay.
I now preempt him as a leader of the party and the Prime Minister.
Okay. Comment on Golden's asking of the Prime Minister to sack Dr. Wheatley. Comment on that.
All right, neighbor. In terms of asking to sack Dr. Wheatley, neighbor, I expect that from the opposition party, neighbor. But the opposition party, neighbor, must also realize that there have been mishaps, neighbor, on the part of Dennis Garden, neighbor. You know, Dennis Garden was a sack, neighbor. We have heard voice notes, neighbor, on the part of the current mayor of Kingston, neighbor, speaking about certain things, neighbor, and talking about grilling up things with strongman across the length and breadth of the carpet area, neighbor. The mayor did not resign for that, neighbor. That is something very serious as well, neighbor. So, for my goal, neighbor, to just come out and say, sir, his resignation, neighbor, that is coming from, neighbor, from a political standpoint, neighbor. But from a realistic standpoint, I mean, I would expect, neighbor, that any well-thinking person might say, let the process take its course. You know, that's what a due process. We understand that it wasn't an in-depth investigation. It was just based on the fact that this and this and that and that. A lot of things can happen, neighbor. Persons can get their finances misunderstood or don't have proper recording and funding and stuff like that. That is not impossible. So my goal, neighbor, is going to be my goal, neighbor. I'm not going to too worried much about what my goal have to say, neighbor. I know that is what my goal have to say, neighbor. I'm more concerned about what the so-called well-thinking Jamaicans, neighbor, are going to write in the newspapers, neighbor, are going to come on the talk shows and the programs tomorrow and here and say, that is what I'm more concerned about, neighbor. And I'm more concerned, neighbor, about how this would make the government look internationally, how it will also make the government look locally, neighbor. Because we're in a situation right now, neighbor, where we have a work of cash at our disposal that was given to us as grant, and that was also given to us as loan, neighbor.
Very good point.
And we know that the international monetary sector, neighbor, have their eyes on Jamaica, neighbor.
Very good point,
so
yes.
we don't want them to know that there's allegations, neighbor, of illicit enrichment being sparked upon the name of anyone, neighbor, who's a part of the executive or the cabinet, neighbor, of Jamaica, neighbor, that starts with the rebuilding of Jamaica, neighbor.
Yes.
So there's a lot of factors and there's a lot of things to it, neighbor.
That's true.
And as I said before, neighbor, the Prime Minister Andrew Wallace, neighbor, is the one who's best suited, neighbor. I'm not going to come here and preempt or prejudge and say him should do this or him should do that, neighbor. We voted for him and I believe that he has a competent, neighbor. And whatever decision he made, I know that it will be in the best interest of the Jamaica people, neighbor. And I will definitely stand with him. I'm not going to, say anything else in regards to that, certainly.
Hold on for me, please, Scratchy. Coming right back to you. TV man, you've been trying to come in. You are on the Hello Neighbor page. We're running 2 pages tonight because one is giving us a little problem. Go ahead, sir.
Asking everyone to move over to the next page, please.
TV man? No, he's muted. He's muted. There's a matter that occurred in the parliament today. I'd like to hear your views on, Scratchy. Miss Burchell was in the parliament filming the proceedings whilst the proceeding was going on in clear breach of the standing orders. Again, Miss Burchell, Scratchy, is misbehaving in parliament. Isn't it time for the speaker to name Miss Burchell and have her removed? Suspended?
Yeah, neighbor. Nikisha Burchell, neighbor. Young politician, neighbor. First term member of parliament. someone neighbor female who I don't know what's the issue with Nikisha Burton in terms of neighbor, what she's trying to gain, what is her aim, neighbor. Because as I said before, neighbor, that Nikisha Burton will never be the most popular female politician in Jamaica, neighbor. She won't even be the most popular female politician in the PNP, neighbor, because they have a PNP female politician by the name of Portia Simpson, neighbor, who remain as the most popular female politician across the length and breadth of Jamaica, much as the PNP. Miss Burton, neighbor, will not be the beauty queen, neighbor. I say she's trying, neighbor, like she's trying to be that fashionista, neighbor, of the parliament, the beauty queen of the parliament, neighbor. That's a title that she will not.
Neighbor. I believe that Dr. Dana Dixon should focus on the education minister and give the information. Good night.
Wait, no, TV. Just wait, no, man.
Yeah, I'm about to run down.
All right, go ahead.
Why are we sitting here talking about this conversation like we Wheatley do something? And Scratchy sound to shaking and voice like as if that him afraid to talk the words, like as if that for your hard rock, labor right. It sound like as if Mr. Wellness or Wheatley do something. Is Wheatley do something? What stock Wheatley where? What's Wheatley done? For 7 years you investigate them and the IC just start 2017. You want to investigate them and from 2010 where you don't even have information about from man where you every day establish your business and establish yourself. Well, law can't do that. To permit Wheatley to give you information after I comply with you. Why you like sitting there talking about this thing as if that the man do something? The man do nothing. When you see Mark going in Sakam, when he saying build a building one year without requisite plans, did he sack him? In go back again, he admits that 20 years of team from the institution. Did he sack him? Who is Mark going to tell people sack? Sack who? From when things doesn't already not short, as no go as one cloud no come right, no people in head, no push them out on the water for wet them because you don't want them and they can contaminate. Contaminate with give tablet then. I'm get rid of fever.
TV man. Your background is you have to turn down the TV in the background.
Yes, hold on. So me I say, what I'm saying, sack Wheatley for what? Did Wheatley thief something? Is Wheatley guilty or something?
Hold on, TV man. Just hold on a minute for me. TV man, you are bringing a lot of emotions here tonight, and I think you need to just hold on, man. Just hold on. The Integrity Commission report, sir, is a very serious report.
Integrity Commission report is a
sir, just listen, sir. The Integrity Commission report is a very serious report. It is tabled in the Parliament.
Yes.
The Integrity report recommends that a member of the executive be charged.
Yes.
That is acceptable under the Jamaican law.
Yes.
That is why Dr. Wheatley employed not one but several attorneys.
Yes.
The reason why he hold on, TV man, because I'm not going to get emotional about this. The reason why just listen. The reason why he employs several attorneys is because it is a very serious allegation. Very, very serious. What we are exploring are the implications of the serious allegation made against Dr. Wheatley that he is to be charged. We are not suggesting that he did anything wrong. And if you were listening to me earlier, I spent half an hour explaining that Dr. Wheatley is not guilty of anything.
I'm listening this argument going on, and I've been saying to myself, why are we holding this conversation as if that Mr. Wheatley do something?
Because it is important to provide the listeners with clarity, TV man. Because you can always say, hold on, man. You can always say that, and that is our view. But listen to me. the leader of the opposition has asked for him to be fired.
That's a joke. What? Yeah, the opposition has said any fiend people from 9 foot.
Okay.
From my umbrella. Is they doing it?
Okay.
No.
Well, I'm going to ask Scratchy to respond to you. Scratchy, go ahead.
Listen, neighbor.
I was going to ask you to respond to TV man.
No, neighbor, I'm telling you, neighbor. So, neighbor, I remember one long time, neighbor. I believe when we win a spelling bee competition in my constituency, neighbor. Tell me a little boy about 10 or 12 or 13, neighbor. I remember, neighbor, Mr. Siago was MP, neighbor, I will give you the trophy. I mean, Mr. Siago had a thought, neighbor. I mean, I tell Mr. Siago, say, I know politics. And I remember Mr. Siago said to me, neighbor, say, don't just know politics, know governance. You get me? Because my governance level, that's where changes are made. You get me? So when me follow my politics, neighbor, is the care of diehardedness, Scratch is neighbor. And I care all rockstone of a labor, right? I am neighbor. I also understand, neighbor, how the governance system work and the governance structure operates.
Which includes the opposition.
Which includes the opposition, neighbor. And in this, neighbor, as TV man might have said, yes, TV man might have don't give no clout to the argument. But it's not a matter of giving any clout to any argument, neighbor. Any administration that is in power, neighbor, in a technical time like this, neighbor, where the government is trying its utmost best, neighbor, to gain funding, pass certain type of bill to show that they can manage certain level of funding, neighbor. It doesn't look good, neighbor, and it will not look good on the part of the Prime Minister and of his member of himself going forward to say that, okay, a member of the executive is charged, or has been recommended for charge of illicit enrichment. You know, that is not something, neighbor. That is not something I'd say you miss your filing or something. That's something very serious. So, but hold on, TV man. Hold on, no. So for put it in context, TV man, we want to come out and say, we said no, add to this or add to it. It is coming from a watchdog. We don't understand in the TV, man. You see certain things that the opposition can do, the government cannot do. The government cannot trample on its own institution it's created.
Correct. Or criticize it. The Prime Minister could not come out. The Prime Minister cannot come out and criticize the IC. Can't do it. Nor his members.
Prime Minister can't come out tomorrow morning and say a foolish IC.
You remember when Bobby Montague sought to do that in Parliament and they told him to stop?
Exactly. So we have to understand, say, when you are the government, you are judged differently. The institutions like the court of the land, whatever commission the institute and put up, you can't trample on that. You can't trample on that. So what the Prime Minister might say, I mean, if you know the Prime Minister might say, I up to know about Wheatley, Mr. Wheatley is not guilty of anything. Mr. Wheatley is not guilty of anything. It is just that whatever the IC said down neighbor, and the IC is the commission neighbor that the Parliament was tasked with the responsibility to do this neighbor. This was a bill that was passed in the Parliament by both houses neighbor. So whatever the bill say, whatever them say neighbor, it's going to some from a merit. It's going to be some from a concern.
Scratchy, how long they drag the Prime Minister named Chub Mud? And all that they do, you see the world come at the Prime Minister to assist him.
TV man, yeah, mix up something, TV man.
No, I'm saying to you,
the report, TV man. No, but yeah, mix up, TV man, yeah, mix up, TV man. The Prime Minister was not recommended for any charges. The Prime Minister was not recommended for any charges. So it's not the same thing.
He was recommended to charge.
No.
The Prime Minister was recommended to charge.
The Prime Minister was not recommended for any charges.
No, the Prime Minister. No, that was.
The report never come to Parliament, so the Prime Minister must be charged.
No, that's not true. Yeah, the Prime Minister was not recommended for any charge by the Integrity Commission at all. That matter has not even been tabled in the Parliament just yet. Yeah. Anyway, I think that we are very much on the right track here. Scratchy.
Yes, Steve.
I think that we've got to recognize that the Jamaica Labour Party is the government of Jamaica. The government of Jamaica. The government of Jamaica was particularly responsible for the setting up of this commission. If the government feels that things are not right, it can change it, correct?
Exactly.
Move amendments, pass legislation, have it changed. But until that happens, the government must respect the institutions it sets up. Must. Not true.
The government has no other choice now but to respect whatever institution.
So the Prime Minister can't come out and call Integrity Commission corrupt. Can't do it.
No, him cannot. The Prime Minister can't do that now.
Correct. So
that's why I'm going to tell them, say, that's why I'm saying here about that. Don't put your emotions into it and only come look at it from a political standpoint. But also look at it from the Prime Minister. Him can't say what me and you are going to say right now.
Nor can he say what the opposition can say.
What the opposition can say. Him in a different position.
And not only you realize, Scratchy, and I'm sorry to be cutting you. You realize that Dr. Wheatley was shut up basically in the parliament today by the speaker.
Exactly.
1 minute they gave him and they told him that he must be very measured in what he says, because he cannot stand up in the parliament and criticize the Integrity Commission. You can't do that.
You can't do that, neighbor. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. So that's why some neighbor, all of us neighbor, we can't say anything what we want to say. But what we want to say, what we can say, the Prime Minister and Jamaica don't have that privilege.
Yeah.
They don't have that privilege here. We can cause
and even if he thinks this in private, he can't say that in public.
Him can't say it in public, neighbor.
Right.
Him can't say it in public, neighbor. When he mark at the Prime Minister, neighbor, marking at the best interest of everybody.
Right.
So if understand and know, say, yo, whatever we want, so we can say whatever we want to say. But whether we want to believe it or not, this report, whether it want to be true or it want to be lie, or whether we want to say Integrity Commission corrupt, or Integrity Commission want this, Integrity Commission want that, they are there and they are still responsible for releasing these type of report. And whatever we want to believe or not, neighbor, illicit enrichment, neighbor, is not something easy. It's telling people basically, I tell you, say you're a thief.
Yeah.
And that is wrong. I don't think that the IC should have that power.
Yeah. Harry, you wanted to come in? Protecting is here. Harry?
Yes, neighbor. Well, I do agree in terms of with Scratchy neighbor.
Yes.
The government have to be extremely measured, right, with everything that's happening. Definitely they can't come out and just be irresponsible with even a statement. Even the individual, Andrew Wheatley, who is being accused of something, has to be even more measurable than anybody else.
Yes.
Right? Because we have to understand that how this is happening and what's being done in the public space is almost like the opposition want him to prove innocence. And remember, we don't prove innocence, neighbor. We prove guilt.
Right.
But they have already, sanctioned him and charged him in their head. They've actually placed him behind bars. So he's been charged, executed, and everything in their eyes. Now, we need to understand that apart from one being opposition and one being government, the Jamaica Labour Party is also judged at a higher standard. Well, Jamaica Labour Party and its members, neighbor, are judged at a higher standards than the People's National Party. So, Labour, anything right now that they say or do, as they say in the court of law, can be used against you. And that is exactly almost as if the entire government is on trial right now. That's what the ordinary man will see it as. And based on how the opposition is coming out wielding their political knives, neighbor, to pretty much say, yes, he's guilty, it is going to leave a bad taste in the people of Jamaica, Jamaicans' mouth, especially those who are ignorant of the process. So I think specifically for the Prime Minister, he has to stay away from the process. I don't see the reason for him to necessarily take a stance with one side or the other. I believe he will stand by the law. He will stand by the institutions of our judiciary systems as well to let them take the necessary course. Mark Golding himself said, wherever they let the chips fall where they may, the Prime Minister will say, let the institutions do their job, and we will see justice and we'll see the truth at the end of the day. And for me, that's a perfect stance, neighbor, and that's not me preempting him or anything. He's his own man, he's an independent thinker. But looking from outside, neighbor, I would say that is the best position to take, because if we can't take that position, it simply means we can't trust any institution in our system. And we're in a time now where the current administration is building the trust that people should trust systems and not trust a politician or trust an individual. And I think as this go along and as we reach to an end result of it, we will see good sense prevail for sure. But I also believe the Integrity Commission will have a lot to answer for once the dust has settled.
All right. Protecting Jamaica. Hello.
Evening, neighbor. Good evening, everybody. Scratchy, Miss Caroline, listeners. Signal, that's a wonderful spot there, neighbor. But my focus is on the Integrity Commission. I remember in 2023 when they started their Anabalu about the Prime Minister. There were some people working at the Integrity Commission who were sharing information about what was happening inside here. And I am one of those persons who was getting some information. And I remember that I started hammering them so much that Seymour Panton went to the Gleaner, started complaining about bloggers trying to sully his character. Till now we know he's no longer there, he's no more. He's a non-entity to a lot of Jamaicans. Now, it can't be that you investigate a man for over a 12-year period. You focus on a period going way back. You spent a lot of time on the investigation. And when you finally come up with something, your numbers are off, and there's still no evidence. Illicit enrichment is a crime prosecuted on the basis of evidence. You have to have numbers. You have to have the goods. Where is the evidence? And so this is a situation again, just like they did with the Prime Minister, and I heard a discussion earlier. The Prime Minister was referred for charge by the Director of Investigation, Kevin Stevenson. Mrs. Prince Kamika, who was the Director of Prosecution, decided that the evidence does not amount to anything to charge the Prime Minister. So he was referred. It's just that she, as the Director of Prosecution, decided that it was not sufficient to mount a case in court. So there's nothing to charge him for. So this is the issue, you know. The suggestion or the referral for charge is one thing. The prosecution now will have to decide if the evidence presented amounts to anything to prep for a charge. So if I understand how the process works. So there's still not a decision on whether he will be charged or not. Already, there are holes that are identifiable in the report. You spend so much time, say you investigate a man, and when you don't add up, your numbers can't make sense. That's the first hole. Already, there is reasonable doubt. Because if one of the charges you're suggesting is illicit enrichment, you will have to prove that by numbers. It's a numbers game. And if your numbers not add up, there is already reasonable doubt.
Right. Which is something that I think that Jamaicans are learning. The whole matter of allegations, charge, and prosecution. Three different things. And where we are now are allegations. Well, the Integrity Commission has recommended that charges be laid, and even if charges are laid, those are not guilt. That don't mean that he's guilty. Okay? Charges only mean the matter go to court to be tried. That's it.
To be tried.
Right.
But again, hold on, neighbor, because we have to be very clear so that people can understand. A referral to charge does not mean there is yet a charge, because the referral is sent to the director of prosecution, and then the prosecutor will have to pull the evidence together. They have to look for proof. Where is the proof that this requires that this person be charged? And if the evidence does not amount to a charge, then there will be no charge. So the referral for charges is still not a charge. So he's not charged. He's not charged for nothing. But as I have noticed in the first report, read the Prime Minister, and I have highlighted the way that the IC seem to be wording their report is to suggest guilt even before a charge, much less before you reach a court for the matter to try. And that is concerning. What is now called the Integrity Commission has no integrity, in my estimation. They tried it with the Prime Minister. We had sleepless nights. The team and I joined in the last part. People like Travi and Merch, I don't remember her name now. A lot of people, we got help. Even accountants, auditors, we got to go through. And we saw what the Integrity Commission did. And they are guilty of the same thing now. They were inflating the Prime Minister's net worth. It was only about 170-something million among his companies, or together for all the companies that he owned. But what? Because monies were moving across companies to pay a bill, to deal with investment here, to settle debt here. What did they do? They inflated the amount, and then their report said $400 million. Again, them do it again now. Them say Andrew Wheatley is what? $187 million. Rich and he can't explain. But a simple calculation by a third party done proves that it is not so. There is something sinister happening at the Integrity Commission.
Well, that's why the matter is going to have to go to court. But I'm out of time. Oh, hello?
Oh yes, I'm still here. Nathan.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to wrap because I run out of time.
So my focus is not on Andrew Wheatley, because here we are again, where Mark Golding was under investigation, and they were hoping that nobody noticed, but all of a sudden, young Jamaica and Jamaicans started asking questions last week, and by this week, mysteriously, miraculously, he was certified. Now, the white man can say, the white man who we know is a trillionaire because he robbed us a few billion. Then, he now, since 2018, has been setting up businesses worth hundreds of millions of US dollars. But it is okay for the Integrity Commission to say that the Caucasian guy is worth 39 million, even though we know he's a trillionaire. But the little black man who has businesses too, there is no allegations or evidence to prove that a taxpayer's dollar you set up in businesses, but something is wrong with him having businesses, having assets and liabilities amounting to 170-something million. And there goes the problem. I believe this is another witch hunt. I believe it is an effort to turn or refocus the searchlight on Andrew Holness and his team. And I believe that this time, Andrew Holness don't need to bow to no pressure. Make Andrew Wheatley hold his position, because already there are holes in this whole report. Make him hold in position and let the courts decide, and then after the courts decide, then we go from there. The Integrity Commission has no integrity, and it must be disbanded It must start over. The act must be rewritten. The people who are there now must be moved. And it must be redone. And I'll land there for now.
Have a great night protecting Jamaica. Let's go into the analysts for their closing comments, starting with you, Scratchy. Scratch? No, Scratchy is gone. No.
Yes, I.
Scratchy, sum up this matter for us now, and let's send the listeners off to their beds.
I mean, neighbor, again, neighbor, it's a matter, neighbor. I will not make it take it to due course, neighbor. Just let it take its course. And there's something neighbor that we want, that any form of allegation that we want to be alleged neighbor, the name of any member of the sitting government, because we know neighbor that they know neighbor that attackers neighbor, they are out there, neighbor, they are after the Prime Minister. They want to bring him down, they want to bring down persons who are aligned with him, persons who are around him, neighbor. They're not trying to make him look bad in some way, shape, or form, or to try to create the narrative, neighbor, that this government neighbor is a government neighbor that cannot be trusted with the public purse, trying to find more ways to try to shut down Nara and stuff like that, So we'll just have to continue, neighbor, to don't let our feelings get the better of us, guys. Remember, I said this is the government we're talking about, that team thing, It's not a one person thing, So if it reaches a situation, neighbor, where one person will step aside, neighbor, so that the ship can continue to sail, neighbor, I don't see nothing wrong with that. And I definitely applaud that person, neighbor, for being a team player, neighbor, more than being there, neighbor, and causing the Prime Minister to come under unnecessary media attention, causing the government, neighbor, to come under unnecessary attacks and stuff like that, neighbor. So sometimes, neighbor, we are placed in some position, neighbor, where it is not the best place that we want to be, neighbor, but it is where we're at. And the reality is that, neighbor, sometimes, again, you have to be a team player, neighbor. Team together, each achieve more, neighbor. And whatever is going on right now, neighbor, the cabinet of Jamaica, make sure, neighbor, that whatever you have, everybody we have around the neighbor, are persons who don't have any certain level of mishaps or any allegations of certain things over them, neighbor, clouding their judgment or anything like that, because you're going to go outside, neighbor. The governance, a person don't understand, neighbor, The governance, neighbor, stretch further than just Jamaica, neighbor. Jamaica has positioned itself, neighbor, in a way, neighbor, where we are seen internationally. Persons are looking at us internationally, neighbor. Whether we want to believe it or not, there are persons who believe, even though they might be outside of Jamaica, neighbor, they believe in the institutions like IC. Whether they want to say it's corrupt or not, they don't have the full direct information. I'm going to say if it's corrupt or not, neighbor. It's the mere fact that it is an institution that was born out of the government, neighbor, out of the parliament. Those persons, neighbor, trust and believe in these because their country also have similar institutions like these, neighbor. And we are positioning ourselves in a global position, in a global way for persons to see a certain way, neighbor. So I definitely tell you, neighbor, that whatever decision is made by Andrew on this, neighbor, it is one that will be in the best interest of the Jamaicans, neighbor. It's not going to be in the best interest of the Jamaican Labour Party first. But I know, neighbor, that the Prime Minister, we have seen instances, neighbor, where when it is time for the Prime Minister to take action, neighbor, whether it is unpopular or not, neighbor, this Prime Minister take those actions, neighbor. So I again, the Prime Minister is not in the same position as Mr. Wheatley. Whenever the report came out and the Prime Minister, it said the Prime Minister, they see nothing to charge him for. To recommend any charges. Mr. Wheatley was recommended for charges. Mr. Wheatley is not guilty. Mr. Wheatley is not charged. He's recommended, he's not charged. And Mr. Wheatley, neighbor, the law give Mr. Wheatley the power, neighbor, to challenge this allegation.
Absolutely,
neighbor,
and clear his name.
And clear his name, neighbor.
Yeah.
But we know how Jamaica governance system work, how Jamaican governance structure work, neighbor. And again, it will be up to the Prime Minister and it will be up to Mr. Wheatley, neighbor. Because if I was Mr. Wheatley, neighbor, and I decide that I'm not going to step aside, neighbor, and I can look into myself and see that me being here is causing my government, neighbor, or my political organization to get a whole lot of a bad press, to get a whole lot of bad media attention, neighbor. If I have to take one for the team, neighbor, I have to take one for the team. Because that is what it is, neighbor. It's not what I do to make me look good, neighbor. It's what I can do to make my team look good. So Jamaica Labour Party neighbor, they are the government, they're a team. They're led by a prime minister neighbor, a young man neighbor who understands, who's a leader, who is not afraid to make any decision neighbor, as long as it's in the best interest of Jamaica and Jamaicans neighbor. Again, I believe in the prime minister neighbor. And all of us as Labour rights, tomorrow the PNP them will come out, the PNP them will say this guys, and the PNP them will say that. Just make us stay focused same way. Don't try to enter the tit for tat and say this and that and that and that. You know? Just leave them, let them fall on their own sword. In time, you know, who laugh the best. So just make them feel like say yes, there we are still the government. This doesn't litter us in no way, shape, or form, neighbor, in terms of our governance rule. We are still the government. We are still the majority government.
By the way, before you go, Scratchy, I'm coming to you, member Harry. The matter of the ridiculous deportee headline by the Gleaner. I don't know. My friend Pellucid Perry made a post that the government, the Jamaica Labour Party government, signed an MOU to accept 10,000 deportees on the island. Mr. Perry, if you are listening to me, I'd love, sir, if you could remove that post from your page. It is a lie, and it is
no, neighbor. Don't ask him to remove it. Ask him to come and defend it.
Oh, ask him to defend it.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Perry, if you are listening, could you defend that? Very, very disappointing to see Mr. Perry putting that out, that the JLP government signed an MOU to accept 10,000 deportees on the island. How do you your comments on that story, Scratchy, broke yesterday?
I mean, definitely neighbor, Perry neighbor is someone from the propaganda side neighbor. All these guys is go around and spread propaganda neighbor. Don't try to listen neighbor to have an understanding, but more listen to reply. And that's what they always do neighbor. Come out and reply neighbor. The party have to come out, and the government have to come out neighbor and rebut them.
But why would he do that? Why would he do that?
Just to muddy the water neighbor. You know, drowning man drop and straw neighbor. They are just trying to muddy the water neighbor. Anything that is why they are not reaching anywhere neighbor, because what they are doing neighbor, it is not orchestrated, it is not planned. It is just everybody just try. It's a fling and a whoop to something stick.
Yeah, it's a POV. JLP government sign agreement to have 10,000 deportees in Jamaica. Oh my God.
There is a propagandist neighbor. There's a program neighbor where you know that other Caribbean countries involved in a neighbor. And neighbor, it is full-time neighbor. We understand the geopolitics neighbor. It is full-time. We understand how the world operates neighbor. And we live in a world neighbor. We whether we want to believe it or not neighbor. Favor go neighbor, we are favor there. If you understand what I mean. Because the other day neighbor, when we were in our distress as a result of Hurricane Melissa neighbor.
The United States send them Chinook helicopters here.
The United States send them Chinook helicopter neighbor. If it were for those helicopters neighbor, people are still probably want food same in certain.
I don't think Jamaicans remember that. What can Jamaica give back to the United States? What?
Yes, so we have to understand neighbor. We don't have nothing in terms of from a monetary standpoint neighbor, a certain way can give back to the United States neighbor.
As a matter of fact, if they should issue a travel restriction on our tourism, the whole of we don't even start suffer.
So if the US come to us with a proposal neighbor, and the government say, okay, I will look into this proposal to make sure that this proposal is in the best interest of my country and my citizens. You get me? And the US say, okay, we don't have no problem with that. We're not planning to violate in the interest of your people. We're not planning to do anything. We're asked to do this, do that, and way. It's a better expense of us or whatever, way. If the government can aid in that neighbor, nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that neighbor.
Yeah, as you and the United States, our largest trading partners, cooperating on security and all other matters. And we can't step up and say, yeah, we can help.
Yeah, but if we can help, as long as it is in the best interest of our people, neighbor, and our country, and not come put nothing for create a security risk, and we not put a health risk, neighbor. If the government can help, the number is not too bad, 25 people are rare, based on the minister explaining. It don't sound bad, neighbor. We have to understand that we live in a world, neighbor, where we are not a rich country. We don't have any financial aid can give back to any of these people, and a lot of these people who reach out and gave us assistance, neighbor, they are going to ask us back, neighbor, for some form of assistance, neighbor, in some way, shape, or form, as long as it is not infringing on any form of our human or constitutional rights. And we're going to have to bow and bend and help them, neighbor. We're going to have to help them because when we were in our distress, them came to our rescue. You think the people, we send them 15 and 20 containers come here for nothing at all?
Yeah. And them helicopters. And them
helicopters. It was $1 million for use a helicopter there.
Yeah, and provide gas, and it's not Jamaica gas them up for the flight, you know.
You think it's how the world run? It's not how the world run. It's a give and take world we live in. Whether you want to believe it or not, people are using their resources as leverage to bargain as bargaining chips. And the United States, neighbor, with this president that them have, who class himself, neighbor, as the best deal breaker in the world, is always going to try to come to some way, shape, or form. Who tell the world that America is no longer seen as this big emergency aid to help the world. Is favor go where favor there? That is where the world reach, neighbor. Favor go where favor there. United States our largest trading partner, neighbor. United States our biggest source of remittance, neighbor. United States, neighbor, where everything we have to do with Jamaica, neighbor, is connected to that country, neighbor. Everything we have to do with that Jamaica development and Jamaica growth have to do with that country, neighbor. Whether they want to believe it or not, whether they want to like them or not, the United States still play a key role in the advancement and the continued development of Jamaica, neighbor.
Absolutely.
Because as I said before, one press release, neighbor, and then can tell them tourists say, yo, stay far from Jamaica. And then tourists are going to listen to them.
Yeah. One release from them and the whole of we down here start shake.
Yeah, we have to understand. We have to understand, neighbor, that when it comes to the United States of America, there's a lot of, we have a whole lot of memorandum of understanding the MOUs. It's a country where they are the largest economy in the world. We are so close to them. And whatever we have to do or whatever they're going to ask us to do, it is going to be must me aim and make sure that it is in our best interest. I mean, we don't want it in our best interest. And we are in no way, shape, or form, neighbor, no position, neighbor, where we can stand up and be forceful to United States, neighbor, on a basis, neighbor, of something that has nothing to do with the breaching of our constitution, infringing the rights of our citizens, neighbor, and a standpoint to our country, neighbor. We have to help them. We don't want to believe it or not. We have to help them. That is the United States of America. We have to help them. And it's just a reality, neighbor. We don't have any major resources. We don't have any power. It's just the reality of our life, is how things is, neighbor. As sad as it may sound, it is the reality.
Thank you. Thank you, Scratchy. Very good. Very, very good. Thank you so much. Harry?
Yes, neighbor.
You have the final word, and then you can just close out on all the platforms. We are on the Hello Neighbor podcast and the Hello Neighbor show, streaming on both platforms, as well as YouTube, Patreon, and X. Go right ahead, my brother.
All right. Well, neighbor, it's another sad day in sports, as we put it, to see what the institution that is allegedly accused of, tampering with the election, right, or potential outcome of the election, that they are following up suit with proving, that accusation to be true because of what they're doing for the second month running consecutively. But I think as it relates to the overall matter, neighbor, I strongly do believe that as Jamaicans we should trust the relevant systems.
Can you pause 1 second for me? I understand that, moderator, I understand that Perry is here. I'd really like to, listeners, I beg you, please, let me ask Mr. Perry 2 questions now. I beg you, beg guys, please. I need to talk to Mr. Perry and just ask him a question or two. Moderator, can you ask Mr. Perry to just join me for, let me just clear something up with him. Go ahead, Harry. Harry, you can continue.
Yes, neighbor. So I think we have to trust the institutions, trust the government in doing its job as well. I personally don't think Andrew Wheatley should step aside from any duties that he has, neighbor. allow this man is not guilty of anything. The Integrity Commission has to prove that their findings are accurate, because currently, just on the surface alone, neighbor, there's more questions than answers on their part already. Not even on the individual that they're, giving this report on. And that first has to be cleared up. And I believe Jamaicans should ask for that, because I don't see where it is looking good for an institution to be accusing an individual of something, neighbor, and giving recommendations of sanctioning this person when their very findings are extremely questionable. And I believe because they are answerable to the parliament, the government, and I asked this before, and I said it earlier as well, a few weeks ago, because the IC is answerable to parliament, I believe it is about time that we try them via the parliament, which are answerable to neighbor.
That's the Integrity Commission.
Detailed. The Integrity Commission. We can get detailed information on their day-to-day operations, neighbor. The management team, the head of it, so we can know if they are competent enough. Is it just like how Chung was brought through and dragged through the mud when he was when he got the position for the head of FID?
Yes.
The Integrity Commission's management has to face the same thing in Parliament, so we can trust that what they're doing is by the books. And if there's any hanky-panky thing, then somebody, neighbor, has to lose their job. Somebody has to be called into question, because it is the only way we can believe that the Integrity Commission is acting independently, is acting just, and acting fairly. Because as it stands, the jury is very much out on that. And they have to clear that up before they do any other reporting. So they have to be audited properly. And especially by I don't know if they're answerable to the ethics committee as well, neighbor. I'm not sure. But I strongly believe that these persons have to be dragged to it. I have no problem with the institution itself. I have a problem with those who operate it, because they're very questionable, down to the very job description for them. I believe they're failing. I said they're incompetent as well. They are proving me 100% right. And I love that track record. They can continue on that part. But I want to see institutions that should be pillars of the society, neighbor, when it comes down to accountability, fairness, balance. I want them to be squeaky clean. I know even if they have political allegiances as individuals or biases, as we naturally do, I don't think it should be carried over in your job description and how you do your job, because that is damning for the very process when it comes down to justice, accountability, and fairness. And I believe the IC is subjected to that and should be tested by the very host, by the representatives that the people voted for, so we as Jamaicans can get a full insight as to what's happening with the Integrity Commission. But again, I don't think Andrew Wheatley should step aside, let the necessary committees and processes take place, and then we'll see, as Mark Golding said, where the chips lie. And that is where I leave it for it. I don't think we need to cover anything else. The IC needs to clear themselves, and also then Andrew Wheatley needs to also then take the necessary course that our democracy allows him to do. Right? So I know the opposition will play the politics. They can continue to play their politics, neighbor. That's fine with us. But this is not a good thing to
hold on, Mr. Perry. That's not why I brought you here. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Mr. Perry, hold on. Good evening.
I should be able to ask questions too.
No, you can't. No, you don't. Don't do that.
If I can't ask questions, well, I'm not
No, hold on. I'm not hearing him. I brought you here just because I want to clear something up with you. I don't know about the reciprocity of questioning. I don't understand what Mr. Perry is saying. I don't understand the reciprocity of questions. I'm only asking you, Mr. Perry, a simple question. Because yes, sir. I want to maintain my level of respect for you. I really do. And I'm asking you as a brother in Christ Did the Jamaica Labour Party government sign an agreement to have 10,000 deportees in Jamaica? Did they do that?
You're asking me if they signed a memorandum of understanding?
Did the Jamaica Labour Party government, by the way, when you say Jamaica Labour Party government, I don't know, you are kind of double speaking there, but that's okay. It is the government of Jamaica.
There's something wrong with what I said. Is the JLP is in government?
No. There is something wrong. But it's let's not discuss that.
Mr. Neighbor.
Not discuss that. I'm asking you a question. No, it's not the JLP government. It is the government of Jamaica. It's it's a different thing from saying the government formed by the Jamaica Labour Party. That's a little different. But
the same thing.
It's not the same. It's not the same thing. But it's okay. We're not debating that. That is irrelevant. I'm asking you, did the government of Jamaica sign an agreement to have 10,000 deportees in Jamaica? Can you provide any evidence to support that?
Oh yes, I read an article, Mr. Neighbor, and based on what the article communicated, a credible news source, by the way, I believe I was within my right to communicate same on my social media.
So the basis, hold on, the basis for your basis.
Answer you. Can I finish answering you, please?
Yes.
Based on what the news broke, I was able to frame a caption surrounding my video regarding same. And nobody, no government minister, nobody has tried to come back to me on that. So I believe I'm well within my right to assume that the government
you being in your right don't make you right. I'm asking you if the only evidence you have of this signed document is the Gleaner's report.
I saw an article, news report. I saw
that is what you use to put out. Okay, and that is that is just so. Eh?
I know you people don't like the Gleaner.
No, don't peep. No, I'm not you people, sir. I'm neighbor. Don't tell me what I'm not you people. Okay, so I'm asking you.
Hold on, Mr. Neighbor. I want to also maintain my respect for you, but please don't be dishonest. I know the political party that you represent, and it is full-time.
That I represent? No, that I represent.
Of course.
What do you mean represent? I don't hold on. You have to be careful with words, man. You are a man careful with words. What do you mean represent?
Mr. Neighbor, do you support the People's National Party?
If I do what?
Do you support the People's National Party?
No, I don't.
All right, do you support the Jamaica Labour Party?
I support the government led by the Jamaica Labour Party. I prefer their policies.
I don't even need to know who you voted for. That's not my desire.
No, but do you understand that I support the government of Jamaica? I believe the government's policies.
And using your words, which is formed by the Jamaica Labour Party. Am I not right?
So
on a technicality, you support the JLP, and that's fine, Mr. Neighbor. That's fine. I don't know why you try to shun that fact. You support the JLP, and that's okay.
I am a supporter of facts. I am speaking to you. I am a supporter of facts, and that is why I want to ask you. I want to ask you a simple question. Oh no, but you can't just answer already. Hold on, because it's not sufficient. You are saying to me that the only evidence that you, a responsible person, relied on is a news report coming out of the Gleaner. That's all. And you stay. So why didn't you say, if you were going to be very thorough, why don't you say according to a news report by the Gleaner? Why didn't you say that? Why did you put it up? All right. So it is not the same thing, sir, because your listeners, Mr. Perry, your listeners are relying on you to provide them with information. And you put out that the Jamaica Labour Party government signed an agreement to have 10,000 deported in Jamaica. And I put it to you, Mr. Perry, that is not true and that you are being dishonest.
You're being unnecessarily critical. If somebody should ask me where I got my information from, just as what you did, I would be happy to direct him to the article.
No, but then if they did not ask.
I don't need to type and say anything about it. It's from the Gleaner. If you want to know where I get my information from, ask me.
Okay.
That's why questions exist. And I answered you already. Now that we've crossed that bridge, because my answer remains.
Are you based on the Parliament today and the reports coming out of the Ministry of National Security? Would you say then, Mr. Perry, that your post is inaccurate?
No, it's not. The minister is clueless. He was unable to answer the questions posed by the opposition effectively. He is a disgraceful minister and he should step aside just like Andrew Wheatley.
Oh, well.
That you people
hold on. You see now, Mr. Perry, what you have done is you have introduced a subject that we do not want yet to introduce. That is not, sir. No. If you do that, no, Mr. Perry. If you do that, then I am going to have to disconnect because I don't want to get there. I, Mr. Perry, came up on a post on your page, and I don't want to unsubscribe because if you are going to feed me with information, I want to make sure that you are accurate. You said the JLP government signed agreement to have 10,000 deportees in Jamaica. And I'm saying to you, the JLP government did no such thing.
And that is your opinion. And I'm telling you what I gathered from the data that I read. We are free to make our own interpretations.
But with respect, Mr. Perry, the Gleaner did not say that. You want me to read what the Gleaner said?
Mr. Neighbor, you're free to read any article.
The Gleaner did not say, you said that you got it from the Gleaner. You relied on the Gleaner to put out this piece of information, but you are not representing the Gleaner either properly, Mr. Perry. You should at least.
So read the article.
Okay, I'm going to get there. Harry. I'm going to read it. Member Harry has joined me. Member Harry? I'm going to read it. Hold on, no. Member Harry?
Good night again, everybody.
Yes.
Good night, Perry. Yes. Perry, I'm going to ask just one thing in terms of out of respect. We're here to speak on the post made on your page.
Yes.
Can we not deviate to any additional topic? Can we not ramble on? Can we stay on topic? I would love for us to stay on topic, Mr. Harry.
Okay.
Mr.
Hold on, no, here I am reading from the Gleaner. I'm going to read your post, and then I'm going to read the Gleaner. You said POV, JLP government sign deal to have 10,000 Jamaican deportees on the island. That's what you said. And you said, and the Gleaner said that. Now hear what the Gleaner said. Kingston and Washington are expected to begin talks. You hear that, Mr. Perry? To begin talks on an agreement first pitched by a senior government official that could see the island accepting up to 10,000 non-Jamaicans being deported from the United States. You are a student of English. Did that say that the government signed? No. It is limited. No, all right. No, how is it? No, hold on. No, man. No, you come now. Come now, Mr. Perry.
If an article says, Mr. Neighbor, it's basic understanding.
All right.
If an article says, and remember, if you watched Parliament.
No. There are two things. No, Mr. Perry, you won't get away. You said JLP government sign agreement to have 10,000 deportees in Jamaica. And you said on a whole answer, you said that you got that from the Gleaner. And I just read to you that the
interpretation from the Gleaner.
Oh, so you didn't get it from the Gleaner. You have changed now, Mr. Perry. You have changed now.
No, that's what I've said before. You are recording, so you can always bring back the tape. I said to you that I am within my right.
All right. Would you admit? Okay. Would you admit though that the Gleaner did not say that the government signed any agreement?
Has made an insinuation in the right
The
direction.
Gleaner did not say that the JLP signed any agreement.
The Gleaner article made it very clear that it is highly possible that the government of Jamaica.
But you did not say that. But you did not say, Mr. Perry, you did not say that. But all right. So since I'm a jackass. Let me ask the listeners. Let me ask the listeners listening to me here. Hold on. Listeners, if no, because you are making me out to be a jackass. If you see this on somebody's page, JLP government sign agreement to have 10,000 deportees in Jamaica. What does that mean to you? Is there any ambiguity there?
No, it is your responsibility, neighbor, to go and research and get your own understanding from what.
So when somebody sees something on your page, they must not take it as fact.
Ask me questions. I appreciate that you ask me for clarity, right? And persons ask me for clarity.
That is amazing, sir.
What's the qualms here?
So you are saying that whenever you post something, the listener mustn't take what you say. They must go research it for themselves. That's what you're telling me? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Perry?
And that's why I'm even critical of your platform, because you.
Are you saying to me that when you post something you don't have no respect? You don't have no respect for your listeners. You do not respect the intelligence of your people. They mustn't trust you. That when you post something, it's correct. You are saying to me that his listeners must not trust him, He's saying, okay, you see, when you see something on my page, go and research it. Go and research it. What a fascinating man this is.
You people want a cult like following.
Yeah, sir. The Bible did say that the people when they heard the word, they went home and researched it for themselves. And you are but hold on. You are saying to me though that your words must not be trusted. Because I'm speaking to Mr. Perry. I don't understand who I'm speaking to. Who am I speaking to?
No, my dad.
I don't want to speak to you. I want to speak to you, sir. I want to speak to your son with respect. I want to speak to your son. And there's a simple matter here to be cleared up, and it is very important to me because you are Perry in Christ. You are Perry in Christ. And as my brother in Christ, I see something on your page and I am concerned.
Your moderators don't need to be muting me every minute. We're having a conversation, right? I don't appreciate that.
Okay, moderators, we're going to wrap.
Yes. To be quite frank, I have several platforms that Mr. Neighbor knows, but I don't need to be up here being muted. So as I was saying, Mr. Neighbor, you quoted a very important scripture, right? That actually aids my point. Not because the man named Paul mean that people should follow everything that he says, hook, line, and sinker. The onus is upon you as the listener to go and verify what is being said. Just as though if I hear anything from anywhere, I should be critical.
Why didn't you take your own advice and verify whether the Gleaner was publishing facts? Why didn't you do that? Why did you carry the Gleaner without?
The Gleaner was factual. The Gleaner didn't say anything that was wrong.
The Gleaner said, Mr. Perry, the Gleaner said Kingston and Washington are expected to begin talks. Expected, Perry, come on, the man. Expected to begin. As far as the Gleaner is concerned, they have not even begun.
Those talks started a long time
But the Gleaner did not report that, Mr. Perry. They did not report that.
Listen. Mr. Neighbor, I think, and that's why I say, I have to laugh. You have to be honest before your viewers. You have a good platform. And I believe that with you having a good platform, you need to be fair. These talks surrounding having deportees in Jamaica, it's not a new conversation. So not because the Gleaner said that they are expected to be make talks, didn't mean that these talks were not happening before. Therefore, I am within my right to expect an outcome, and it was based on my
I think you would leave this platform with a lot of credibility if you just say and admit that the JLP government did not sign any agreement to have 10,000 deportees in Jamaica.
Do you know?
I have no evidence to support that, nor do you, and that's my point.
So, Mr. Neighbor, why are you making it seem as if I am wrong and you right?
I know because Mr. Perry, I do not sit in cabinet.
Listen,
I do not know Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry, to be no, Mr. Perry, no, Mr. Perry. I am relying, Mr. Perry, on the official. No, if the minister lied, hold on. If Minister Chang lied, then that's another matter. I am saying to you that the source that I am relying on is the official source coming out of the government of Jamaica. And the government of Jamaica say they have not signed, hold on, the government of Jamaica said they have not signed any agreement to accept 10,000 deportees in Jamaica. Are you saying that the government is not speaking the truth?
What will you be doing to verify if the government
do you doubt that the government is...
Mr. Neighbor, what will you be doing to verify? Is it possible for a government to mislead its people? Let me ask you that first.
I'm not sure. No, I don't want to get into that discussion about government. No, I don't want to do that. I believe, Mr. Perry, that we must trust, Mr. Perry, we must trust. You see, like, we must...
Mr. Neighbor. I'm disappointed with you, Mr. Neighbor. You're living as if you're living in a utopia.
No, it's not a utopia. I don't have any... I can't go...
No. So, Mr. Neighbor, you're making it seem as if we are perfect government and that this government is so perfect.
It is a credible government. I say to you, I have to trust the word. I'm 18 minutes to 11 o'clock, and I think
Mr. Neighbor, don't make a mockery.
Well, you know, you have a way with words, and you can always I'm done. Hurry. Yeah.
And I'm using the politically correct voice tonight, Perry. As a brother, I want to say your post was ill-timed and you were irresponsible with the public image you have. Here's why. You make a reference from a source that did not say what you said. You said the government signed, meaning it's done. It happened. And I'm using time here because what the Gleaner published was before Parliament. No, the Gleaner reported that the talks began. Didn't state that there's any signed agreement. I think that is where you were irresponsible with that post. Now, the other part to it is that I strongly believe as a public figure, yourself, you have a responsibility to be as accurate as possible. We're human beings, mistakes can be made. There's a level of ignorance from every and anybody because we don't sit in Parliament and we weren't across the table regarding the MOU. So we have a certain limit of information. Now, what I would advise you to do is to not come out with absolutes or ultimatums. It's the safest route to do so. I know you also have political aspirations in the future.
That's who, Mr.
And
That's who?
Perry, you said it. Perry, you said it.
When?
Perry, you said several months ago, Perry.
Say that I have political aspirations, Mr. Harris. My aim is to please this Lord and make it fair.
No, Perry, no.
I'm listening to you.
Right? And I'm saying, err on the side of caution when it comes down to some of these things, because I know youthful enthusiasm can get the best of us, and by us, I'm speaking in terms of yourself and myself. Now, we may not agree with a lot of things in the political arena, but what I think we ought to agree on is that we have a duty as Jamaicans to put our best foot forward, and the best foot forward is accurate information, right? And I think this is the second time I'm hearing youthful enthusiasm has gotten the best of you when it comes to the discourse.
When was the first time?
You went on the road of you're not supporting a government that is not righteous.
The government is not righteous, Harry.
Hold on. By the law of deduction, you are affiliated with the People's National Party.
Yes.
And by the law of deduction of what you said, it simply means you are implying that the People's National Party is righteous.
Is the People's National Party a government?
Perry,
I'm asking a question, Harry.
Hold on. I'll answer it this way.
No, man. Harry,
no,
we are fair. I think we are fair people. I asked you said by supporting the PNP, I'm assuming that the PNP is righteous. I'm asking if the PNP is a government.
Perry, listen what I'm going to say. You said that on the campaign trail. Technically, there's no government on the campaign trail. There are two political parties. And hold on. I'm going to ask you this as well. Had the People's National Party won on September 3rd, would you have taken back that comment?
But I wouldn't have said that PNP was a righteous government either. Why are you assuming,
Perry? Would you still be supporting the People's National Party?
If what?
Yes or no?
The basis of your comment. What are you asking, really?
Perry.
Because I've never told you that the PNP is a righteous organization, nor that the PNP, if they won, would have been a righteous government. You are assuming.
But Perry, that is what
Harry, let me caution you.
Let me show you. This is why I put it forward. No, listen, this is why I put it forward. You assumed what the gleaner said is what you put out. That's your assumption. Right?
No, Harry, you're getting it wrong again.
No, Perry.
And
you draw that conclusion in a Perry. You draw that conclusion. Now, I'm using the same thing to say I drew the conclusion that the fact that you said you're not supporting an unrighteous government, which was the Jamaica Labour Party at that time. Now, had the People's National Party won, would you walk away from your affiliations with the People's National Party?
If we find that the People's National Party, I'm answering you, you can ask my questions and I can answer. If it is that the People's National Party, if they formed government, behaved in a way that is untoward or anti-Christ, as a man of God, I would walk away with the same sentiments. The reason why I can call this government an unrighteous one is because I've seen them in operation, and their actions has proven to me that they are unrighteous based on biblical standards. So again, I'm asking you, Harry, what exactly is it that you're asking?
Perry, I've asked my question, And because I'm highlighting, I asked the question in a way to highlight the fact that I want you to err on the side of caution. Remember I mentioned a few minutes ago?
I get the point, Harry. You're talking about caution. I get it, because I don't understand how me identifying whether or not PNP. Give us the chance, Harry. Vote PNP the next time and then we can have a conversation.
So Perry, hold on. So Perry, I'll give you this one to run with. No pun intended, right?
Mm-hmm.
The issue of Jacqueline and Mr. Gordon, is that righteous?
Harry, I am very disappointed.
Oh, no, I'm asking.
Harry, and let me say this to you, Mr. Neighbor. And when I came here and I brought up Dr. Andrew Wheatley's situation, you people said that I should not run around and touch on other matters, but apparently we can now. So let's go down into the perception of corruption.
You've ended the conversation with you and me, and then I've started with you.
So let's have something. Okay, my brother Harry, my brother, I perceive you're a man of God as well. So Mr. Harry, on the matter of jacking, there has been absolutely nothing to incriminate Dennis Gordon, and we have the reports there to prove that. And that's the reason why even opposition leader, comrade leader Mark Bolin, could stand up with all the integrity that we know he has, because he campaigned on integrity last year, unlike others. And he was able to stand up and put his integrity on the line, that there is nothing untoward with Mr. Jack. And I stand with the comrade leader on that. So now that I've answered that, Mr. Harry, I want you to answer me this. Do you think it is righteous that Dr. Andrew Wheatley, who had to step down because of public pressure in 2018, because of the Petrojam scandal, was reappointed as cabinet minister last year in 2025, got a promotion really and truly? And now we hear of another situation where on 4 different accounts he's being recommended to be charged. Do you believe that is righteous?
Let me answer you. No,
please answer me, Harry.
The Petrodrum issue, he had nothing to answer for. There are reports to show that. Because I'm going to give you the facts. You can go and double check it. So that clears the first one. The second is...
Mr. Neighbor, I cannot neighbor.
Hold on, Perry, hold on. Perry, I accepted the nonsense you said when there's nothing that Dennis Gordon and Jack Ben did.
No,
I left it at that. Hold on, Perry. No, Perry.
You know that was not
You said I can't answer anything that I ask you. Let me answer you.
Fair. No, all is fair. Go ahead.
Right?
Fair.
No, go ahead. There's nothing that has been wrong with what Andrew Wheatley has reported based on the Integrity Commission. Here's why. You cannot give recommendations for something that you get your figures wrong. It simply means you have to do an in-house correction for that, Mr. Perry. I'm in the finance, Perry, and I can't charge somebody or give recommendations to somebody if my numbers don't add up.
Whose numbers didn't add up, Harry?
Oh God, Perry, you've been listening to the program for a while.
Genuinely, Harry, I'm asking genuinely. You said if your data numbers mess up, so I'm asking you, who got their numbers messed up? Because
the Integrity Commission got the numbers wrong, Mr. Perry.
Where can I get that information? Please, I would like to read it. Can I read that?
I'll let you hear it, Mr. Perry.
No, man, hold on, Mr. Perry. Where is the report?
Hold on, Perry. Hold on, man. I have the report in front of me. 89. Sorry, in the background. Stop the noise, please.
Yes, no, man, no. That is overhearing.
No. Perry, conversations between you and I. Right?
Fair. All right, no, go ahead.
I have the 89-page document right here in front of me.
Yes, I would love that document, man.
It is right there on the IC page, Mr. Perry.
Oh, it's on the page.
It is, Mr. Perry. I'm not speaking of ignorance here, Mr. Perry.
No.
But I'll quote for you. Hold on. I'll quote for you. Right? I'll give you where you can get it. Because I'm sending you to the very news media that you don't like.
Who?
I'm sending you to Nationwide.
You're assuming. I don't like when you assume about me.
No, Mr. Perry.
I don't like.
No, I tell you,
No, Mr. Perry.
fascinating.
No, Mr. Perry. You've come here and failed to mention the Nationwide by their names, Mr. Perry.
What? I
Mr. Perry.
Cliff Hughes. I respect Cliff Hughes because Cliff Hughes called out the dilapidated hospitals.
Mr. Perry?
Don't assume for me. Go ahead.
You can go and listen to Are you going to let me give you the reference? Because this is the second time I'm giving you a reference. I gave you a reference several months ago and you didn't come back to me about it. But that's fine. Right?
No, you know what time.
I'm giving you Nationwide at 5 to go and listen. You can play it over as much as you want. The numbers were called out.
Here is it, Harry.
13 to December 31, 2022. There are three more charges, the IC says it will lay against Dr. Wheatley based on its investigation covering the 9-year period. The details of the investigation are captured in an 89-page report prepared by the IC and tabled in the House of Representatives on Wednesday afternoon. George Davis reports.
Dr. Andrew O'Brien Wheatley returned to Andrew Holness's cabinet less than a year ago, Wednesday, September 17, 2025, as Minister without portfolio in charge of science, technology, and special projects. Before that, the 53-year-old spent 7 years on the backbench after resigning as Minister of Energy in July 2018, owing to allegations of corruption and nepotism at the state-owned oil refinery Petrojam. In that matter, Dr. Wheatley was never charged with any offense, nor was any claim of misconduct even brought against him. His battle then was to clear his name of speculation and suspicion in the public square. Back then, he wasn't even required to defend himself in a court of law. But this is a fight of an altogether different kind. This time, the Integrity Commission has ruled that he should answer 4 charges relating to his income and assets between December 31, 2013 and December 31, 2022. The rulings form the crucial segment of a letter sent to the Houses of Parliament on June 11 this year by Executive Director of the IC, Craig Beresford. So what are the 4 charges? Charge 1, knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration. That charge, the IC says, is a breach of the Parliamentary Integrity of Members Act. Charge 2, knowingly making a false statement in a statutory declaration. That charge, the IC says, is a breach of the Integrity Commission Act. Charge 3, failing without reasonable cause to provide any information as the Director of Information and Complaints may require. That charge, the IC says, is a breach of the Corruption Prevention Act. So what has caused the IC to recommend these charges? Well, the Commission says when it did its tabulation of Dr. Wheatley's statutory declarations and its investigations for the 9-year period, it established that Dr. Wheatley had total income of $187 million. Broken out, this total income comprised of $4.8 million as his opening bank balance, $78.27 million in loans, $18.94 million in investments, $6.04 million for insurance policies, $51.38 million in salary and allowances, $542,000 for interest on accounts, and $8.69 million for rental income. The IC's tabulation in Table 4 on page 51 of its report puts that total at $187,287,000. However, when our news center tallied the numbers from that table ourselves, we found an error. The total income was $168.68 million. So it's...
Sorry, please pause that a bit. Please. Sorry, my bad. I'm just trying to understand. Who did the tally and who found the errors? A respectable news media. I'm sorry. Mr. Harry. I sat here listening, Mr. Neighbor, thinking it was the Integrity Commission, the experts, the actual ones who know how. Who was
Perry, understand this. Let me... Finish. I'm gonna let you speak. Go ahead, Perry.
Let me finish, because this is a mockery of a good conversation that we're having. And you're disappointed, Harry. You'll make me sit down here for 5 minutes, listening to Nationwide telling me their tallies, and that the Integrity Commission is incorrect, but they are... Now, let me ask you this. What credibility does Nationwide have that can convince me that they are right and the good Integrity Commission...
Not just to add the figures, Perry, not just to add them up. It's not about...
Are you saying Nationwide don't have persons who can add figures?
Just to add them up.
Yes or no?
So the Integrity Commission is done so that Nationwide...
Perry, let me put it this way to you.
No, man, you're disappointed, man.
No, Perry. You asked for the reference. Perry. Senior, this is between Junior and myself.
No, he's just laughing. I love him.
Perry, you see what I did there? Listen to what I show you. Remember, I said you don't like a specific news media. And you're proving it here again, Perry.
No, Harry.
No. This is my time to speak, Perry. You asked me for the source. I told you I have the document here. I quoted where I have the document, and the same news media did the same calculation that I did.
You did the calculation yourself?
Perry,
The same news media, because remember, I know, you are now saying that Nationwide has no credibility among them. But Nationwide has proven, hold on, Perry. Nationwide has proven that any story they put out, they don't have to read, to redact. The Gleaner, Perry, I'm speaking, Perry. Let me land. The Gleaner that you quoted, right? You misquote them. You run with an assumption, and I'm giving you the facts. I've quoted with down to the page. Was quoted in the recording, Mr. Perry. So you can go ahead and fact check it as well. It is your duty to do so to fact check me tonight. And I challenge you on doing that. So you can feel free to go and do it. Both you and your father. 4 eyes are better than 2. Right? And this is the same integrity commission. Because I wasn't going to go there tonight, but I'm going there. This is the same integrity commission that utilized $30 million of taxpayers' money to get an independent auditor and investigator to go through every document for the Prime Minister. And he has seen nothing wrong. And the Integrity Commission has failed to take the necessary steps. There's no additional document required. I'm giving you everything. Like I said, go and fact check me, Perry.
Why is the Prime Minister not certified?
Perry, go and ask the Integrity Commission that.
No, Harry,
you know
I don't
what?
like that answer.
Perry, I don't certify the Prime Minister. You don't.
But the information is there to tell us.
Perry, you know what you're doing?
No,
you're
but the information is there.
Jesus on the cross already.
I am not crucifying the wholeness. No.
What you mean you're not crucified?
No, Harry.
Perry.
Well, no, hold on, Harry. Did the Integrity Commission certify statutory declarations for other JLP members who form government?
They have certified every other member.
Okay, but hold on, Harry. Hold on, man. We're getting somewhere. I'm trying to paint a picture here because you are also an
Perry, I know you're not a man of art.
No, you understand what I'm saying. The point that I'm making, Harry, this argument that the Integrity Commission is aligned to the People's National Party is absurd. If the Integrity Commission, hold on,
I didn't say they're aligned to the People's National Party. I am saying they're questionable.
No,
and I don't believe they're competent enough.
Fine. Maybe I've mixed you up with
So
other labor rights.
So align me as that.
Yes, I will align you as that. I will align you as that. I won't align you to the JLP. I won't align you to the JLP. What I'm saying is that allow me to land. My plane is not as fast as you. My point is to brand the IC as a questionable organization when it comes to the Prime Minister's quest to certify his documents, but you don't question the IC when they have certified other statutory declarations from other JLP members who form government, for me, is hypocritical. If you're going to question the Integrity Commission when it comes to the Prime Minister, you should still question the Integrity Commission when it comes to Tufton statutory declarations, Mackenzie's, and so on, Vaz and all of them. Why you don't question the findings of the IC when it comes to other JLP members? What, because they are certified? No, if you have a problem with the IC, you shouldn't just be creating noise over Andrew Wallace's problem here. You should be questioning the integrity when it comes to all the members of the government. I don't agree with this notion, Mr. Neighbor. I know you're listening. It's a silly notion, and I hear it from the belly of the JLP supporters, that for some reason, and I may have confused her with other persons now, and I can apologize for that, but a lot of other labor rights, they seem to brand the IC as an operative of the PNP, and I believe that it is unfair, it is hypocritical, and it is evil, just as though I've seen them undermine the work of the Auditor General. And you hear this condescending tone coming from even executive members of the government, and it needs to stop. The institutions that were established, Harry, to protect citizens from corruption and to ensure transparency and accountability must be held to the highest regard and must be treated with respect. I don't agree that the IC is questionable, and I don't believe that they are aligned to the PNP. If that were the case, no TLP government members would have been certified, and that is the truth.
Can I speak now? Have you landed?
One last thing, and then I'll let it on. And my last thing regarding this IC thing, Harry, based on the information, it made it clear, and it's a similar hot water that Andrew Wheatley is in. It is that the reason why they are unable to certify the Prime Minister's statutory declaration is because his assets are disproportionate to his earnings. And it is unreasonable for us to ask the Integrity Commission to certify people who are unable to make 1 + 1 = 2. And that is all I say. So let's stop blaming the IC and questioning the IC unnecessarily.
You know why I'll question the IC and I'll continue to question the IC, Mr. Perry?
Why?
None of the other members you've quoted have had an investigator to come and look over a clear report. Or senior, Perry, mute and let me speak, alright?
Alright, let me mute.
Because I want to say this uninterrupted.
I'll mute.
The Prime Minister, the IC has seen it so fit to bring in independent auditor and investigators, which simply means a few things, but I won't be alleged. That they see that they require another independent eye to look over every documents that were provided. The same was not provided for any other person and their statutory declarations. Let me clear that up. No, if the Integrity Commission does not require any additional documents, their very expensive auditor and investigator saw no foul play, and that's public, by the way. Saw no foul play, so you don't require any additional documents. Your independent person has passed the Prime Minister, but you have failed to certify this man, and there's nothing else that is required, right? Would you not then question why the delay? Would you also not have additional questions to say what else are you required to complete this process? Because as it stands, it's an incomplete process.
I don't certify. Was that a question for me?
Well, no, I'm bringing it.
It was a question. Someone never should answer. No, I'm just asking Harry. Calm down.
No, I am calm, Perry. No, I am calm.
Okay, continue. Yes.
Because if Neighbor and I do an investigation, and this is where the question is coming for you, Perry. If Neighbor and I do an investigation on your financials, right? And we've requested everything from you. We've not asked anything addition. And we can't approve you. We don't give a valid reason. There's no evidence to back up the reason that we give. We've even outsourced help. And the help has said, listen, I see nothing wrong. Would you not then be in your right, Mr. Perry, to question why Neighbor and myself is unable to approve you? Isn't that a fair question?
So Harry.
Yes or no?
No, man, you're not going to do this yes or no thing.
No, there's a follow-up question.
So let me assess your question. Let me understand what you're asking. So you're saying that if you and a neighbor no longer need statutory declarations from me, just to make it relatable, and you still don't certify me.
And we've asked for independent eye who has said there's nothing wrong.
You said that there's nothing wrong. So you're saying, you're asking if you believe it is fair for me then to question as to why you're still. What's the problem? What's the hold up?
You have the right to ask the question why we are unable to.
The Prime Minister has. Yes. Well, I know, Harry, when I answer you now, no, man, because I understand what you're asking, so I'm going to answer now.
Yeah, we have to wrap this now, guys. We have to wrap this now.
Yeah. So the Prime Minister, like every other Jamaican, Harry, has a right to challenge whatever allegations are against him. Just as we heard Mr. Wheatley in Parliament today. He stood up, he got a minute from the Speaker of the House to say that he will be using his lawyers to challenge whatever.
That's the right of the democracy that we have.
And that is the right. So to answer, first of all, yes, the Prime Minister has a right to protect whatever is there with regard to his reputation. He has the right to do that. Now, I'm trying to understand, because I don't think the reason why the IC has not certified the Prime Minister's statutory declarations from 2021 is not because they lack documentation. I think that's where you've probably. I think it's what they've received is enough to create. That's where the problem is. What they've received so far is the problem. I don't think the IC wants anything else. So you're right. They don't need any other documentation. They don't need any other submissions because
the
that's the reason why.
The expensive auditors, who is an expert who has been doing it longer than the existence of the IC.
Yeah, Harry, I get you.
His report should not be taken into consideration.
No, my point is, Harry, if you realize, I'm not disagreeing with you when it comes to the investigations and the documentation. What I'm saying is that you cannot blame the IC for not certifying the Prime Minister.
I invited you for 5 minutes period, and you got an hour. I have to run.
True.
Have to run. Take care of yourself.
I'll leave you with this. You can listen to the recording, right? You can check additional news sources. And I implore you, if you want me to send you the document, I can, but I direct you to the IC because I don't want you to probably say, I'm not accusing you to say you're going to say this, but I don't want the figures to be coming from me. And it
This almost feels illegal to
Right. I protect my integrity here. Hold on, Perry. I want you to go directly to the IC and get it done.
I'm just saying this to you. You know, say neighbor has my contact and I have neighbor's contact.
Yes, man, Perry.
Yes, so if we're going to have professional political relationships, man, make we do the thing respectful, man. We can communicate, man.
No, Perry. I want it to be independent of me. I've given you the source, and I want you to go and check it.
All right. No problem.
All right, Mr. Perry.
All right. Blessings, everyone.
Take care of yourself. Bye-bye, Daddy.
Yes.
All right, great. Member Harry?
Yes, neighbor.
A fascinating discussion. Fascinating, and it does. We have to challenge. We have to challenge these matters. You know, Harry. I think it is very important that we do. As I that there are 300 people still over YouTube watching us, Harry.
Well, that is good, neighbor. You know, it's good to know that this late in the night they're still in tune to riveting conversation.
And did you know that the page that we have told them to leave, 70 people are still over there, and there's 103 people up here. So that's what 70 plus 103. That's 485 people live with us now, and those who are watching on the For You. Let me tell you, my moderator don't want me to do this, staggering, but it's okay. I won't say it, but it is what it is. But it's a fascinating discussion with the young man, and Harry, I think that we are making a difference in terms of media and information in Jamaica.
We are, neighbor. I mean, being professional in the unprofessional side of things in social media space, I think has changed a lot. It has also brought a large level of, I don't even want to say following, neighbor, but a large sense of educating Jamaicans who have been yearning for something like this for years.
Yeah.
Right? It is actually stopping an information deficit in the space. I think it is accessible and it is available, and those are two things you don't tend to get in the media space, neighbor. You may get one or the other, and if you do get both, it comes at a pretty penny. And to see us bringing it to the people pretty much in their homes, right? It's a beautiful thing. Of course, the more and more we go, neighbor, we stand on facts. We put, even though we may have some emotions and so on, the facts always trumps everything else. It is not what we believe, but where the facts lies and where the truth is.
Yeah, and I think that regardless of the political labels, what they cannot accuse us of is telling lies over here. We don't.
No, and that is why I started off, neighbor, to hear Mr. Perry on the side of caution, because it is easy for persons to run with certain things, and when you may have ambitions, anything, it doesn't have to be political ambitions, but I think as an individual, you stand for something, and as such, you want to ensure that you put your best foot forward at all times, and be known as something reputable.
Yeah, and Harry, imagine if we, imagine if we had taken the posture of being propagandists or liars, the type of numbers that we could have here just by appealing to people's emotions.
Neighbor, I can tell you, it would have blown up in a neighbor. We probably would have been on Jamaica and TikTok as one of the major persons, probably rival the likes of Rosalie and others, neighbor.
If we had taken that point, eh?
Yeah. But we stand for something, neighbor, and that something is very expensive.
Yeah, and Harry, I earlier this week, I don't know if you heard me when I commented on Marvin Little Fire that online clicks is not influence. You may have 150,000 people, and I've always made this point in our production meetings, Harry, that numbers sometimes don't tell the full story, because imagine a man with 150,000 followers online can't get 12 people to join a protest. I'm sure that if we call out our people, they would all come.
I think Norman Manley and Sanchez Airport would have some new arrivals coming in. Would leave us out.
Yes, and therefore, and this is the point I've always made, is that we are not only interested in clicks and likes, we're interested in building people up. And when you build people up, they respect you, Harry. So when you call upon them to do something, they do it. Not true?
Of course, definitely, neighbor. And people need to understand that, listen, we are professionals in our lives away from the show. And as such, that even pushes us even more to ensure that what we put out is we're responsible for the truth, for the facts, and proper information, neighbor. I don't think people understand the level of weighting that has on us, and not to mention management Caroline. But it's one in which we have to value things like that, neighbor. You don't get this every day. This is not a commodity that is running rampant throughout society and throughout Jamaica. It is far and few. And I think that is why so many persons have gravitated to it, so many persons look forward to the show, because I can tell a neighbor, if there's one night we don't have a show, I'm sorry for the phone where you have.
Oh my God.
For Caroline Tears, or Scratchy and the moderators.
Yes. Yeah, because it is seen, Harry, because the minute we go live at 7:00, the people are there waiting to log on. They are. That's fantastic. I
think we've now become a part of a lot of persons' schedules, neighbor, in their lives, and I want to tell them, that's something we cherish, we love, and we value with everything we have, and we continue to ensure that we put our best foot forward, and we bring you correct information, accurate information, because we're being the change we want to see, and that's the first step in trying to build a Jamaica going forward.
Fantastic. YouTube, we're gonna sign off now. 4 hours and 12 minutes for the show tonight. Wow, what a marathon. Take care of yourselves, and I catch you tomorrow. If you're on Patreon, Conversations That Matter returns tomorrow, Thursday, the 18th of June, 2026. We'll catch you at 7:00 tomorrow. Bye-bye. Have a great night. Thank you, Shefreen. Very, very stubborn. I told you